Right, we are live. Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome back to the Kiwi Lads channel. We are back for what could be the final day of the third test match between Australia and England. At the moment, England, they target 251, needing 224 more runs for their first victory of the series. For Australia, they will need to pick up 10 wickets. The weather for now is looking all right, but maybe in about 5 or 6 hours is when we start to see the chance of rain. And from what we saw last night from England, they're being relatively aggressive in the way that they start this innings, trying to get the job done before the weather can impact it. But Mitchell Starkey will be starting the bowling for the Australians for the day. And straight away, Crawley hits it out through the cover region, gets himself the single. I have to say at the moment, Australia have to play this very strategically because they cannot afford to give away too many runs early on in the day, or else then they will always be coming from behind. Duckett at the moment sitting on 18 off 19 deliveries. Crawley sitting on the 10 off 12. Mitchell Starkey's just bowled the 2 overs. Last night they only got the 5 overs in. Already England had 27 runs on the board. Patrick Brady has said hi. Welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing very well. How's it, Hamish? Says Grant. Doing very well. A little bit tired from the big night that we had last night doing the 3 games, but I have slightly slept, so that is good. And we might need a big night's sleep after this one as well, depending on when the Ashes runs through to. But Mitchell Stark now, second ball of the day. That was almost a little bit of a way swing for Stark, but Duckett manages to glide it down towards the deep point region and gets a single also. I'd say that as soon as that target becomes less than 200, it's going to be an intriguing one, because then Australia have to start thinking about their field. How many slips can you afford to have? How many gaps in the field are you willing to give the English? And where do you want them hitting the ball? 52k views on a South African game this morning is mental. Huge things come World Cup time. Here's Xavier Brown in there as well. Yeah, there's going to be plenty more rugby championship in the near future. New Zealand versus South Africa. That is going to be a fantastic game when it does happen. 3 slips in the gully. Oh, in swing and delivery. Mitchell Stark liked it, but he did get the inside edge from Crawley. That's actually what the umpire said. He was saying that there was the edge on it. Normally, he would have waited a bit longer to see if Australia wanted to review before telling him what it was. And thanks for doing the rugby last night, says Connor. No worries. We have got plenty more coming. Like I mentioned, the preseason games or pre-rugby World Cup games all going to be happening on the channel also. A great in-swinger. Stark really liked it. It was the inside edge from Crawley. I believe he would have been reviewing that had he been given out. If it's going to be swinging early on day 4, Mitchell Stark, I still remember that delivery that he did to Ollie Pope in the last test match. It swung in. It was a beautiful full delivery just like that, except this time Crawley able to whip it to the leg side out to deep mid-wicket. Travis Head fielding in the deep. Another single taken for England. So they have already got themselves 3 runs in the first 4 balls of the day. Theoretically, if they continue at this rate, they're going to be looking at over 100 runs in this first session, maybe even cutting down half of the amount that they needed to win this test match. Although early wickets for Australia, they will be the key. Mitchell Stark getting some nice swing at the moment. The Irish under-20 are playing South Africa today, says Connor. Is it today or it's tomorrow morning, isn't it? New Zealand time, I think. How many hours till that game takes place? I think it's about 8, isn't it? Oh, no, maybe less, maybe about 5. It's going to be nicely done again for the single. Ben Duckett just analysing that delivery. Bumps it for one more. I wonder if today will be Joe Root's day, says Peter. Ideally for Joe Root, in this case, he won't want to have to bat. He'd like these guys at the top of the order to get the job done. But the likeliness of that happening is relatively slim with the amount of wickets we've seen fall throughout this test match so far. So, yeah, I'm hoping he has a decent enough innings. Him and Ben Stokes, I think, will be the keys in the batting lineup. These two can certainly get England off to a great start with a good partnership here. Already sitting on 31, chasing the slightly wider delivery. Crawley does get the single, but that is a very risky shot to play, because if that ball does end up swinging or ends up seaming or anything, could end up Not ideal for Crawley, but he has timed that one nicely. Gets the one for it. Marnus Labuschagne able to cut it off, and that is the end of the first over of the day. 5 runs off it. 32 for nil. 32 for none, I should say. Johnny Bairstow, Joe Root, a few of the other batsmen. Harry Brook, he will be batting at number 3. Yeah, the booing for Pat Cummins. A very popular man, isn't he, old Pat Cummins, in England? Just looking up the times of those under 20 games, because I know that New Zealand play Australia tonight at midnight. Fiji at the moment, they are playing the Italians. They are sitting 24 points to 12 up over Italy. Yeah, they play off against Ireland in 4 hours and 24 minutes time for that semi-final. Should be a very entertaining one. Now Crawley sitting on 12 off 15. Pat Cummins, the bowler again. And England can still win it. There's Connor. Whip to the leg side, and that is much better timing from Crawley. This will work out to be at least 2. Scott Boland chasing after it. They do have the man in the deep. And Murphy. They keep it to just the 2. I think for the sake of the series, a lot of people want to see the English walk away with the victory here. Would make it 2-1. Very nice shot. Good hands from Crawley to be able to get those wrists around and whip it up to mid-wicket. This will frustrate the Aussie bowlers, though, because they need those early wickets, and with the runs coming so freely at the moment, pretty much every ball so far today has gone for a run. That one outside of off stump from Cummins and left alone by Crawley, not willing to chase after that one like he did in the last over of Mitchell Stark. Yeah, so the first semi-final, that's at 2:30 a.m. New Zealand time between Ireland and South Africa. And then the next semi-final is at 5 a.m. New Zealand time. That is between France and England. Yeah, I think English get it done, says relaxing Kiwi. Oh, we did see them bowled out for 237 in that first innings. Australia bowled out for 224, 263 in their first. So it would be the second highest total in an innings if they were able to get themselves over the line for this one. But that is more than doable for England if they can dig in their heels. It almost seems like, to a certain extent, that little bit of rain, even though there is a lot of movement, if you can get yourself in and start playing your shots, you can actually walk away with quite a few runs on the board. We saw that for Mitchell Marsh, getting himself 100 in his first innings for Australia. 3 slips in the gully, though, for the Aussies. As a South African, I don't think the baby box have it in them to beat Ireland, says LB. Another nice drive from Crawley, cut off by Labuschagne. They keep it to just 1. He is a very good fielder. I said that, and he just dropped the ball. Are you doing the under-20s match today? We aren't completely sure yet. May depend a little bit in terms of timing, mainly because we have been slightly sleep deprived over the weekend, I think is the best way of putting it. But, I mean, I could consider it. It would be a good game to watch, I think, with the under-20 South African side. I've been in some decent form, although Ireland might be pretty tough in that fixture. Yeah, that will be at 2:30 a.m. New Zealand time if we were to go over to do that one, although I haven't got anything scheduled for it. Who's Labuschagne? There's LB. Yeah, the Aussies, they call him Labuschagne. South Africans will call him Labuschagne. But he has just once again fielded the ball. He's been everywhere in the field so far today. Another single from Ben Duckett. Just trickling it over at the moment, the run rate. Just talking about the fact that the English batsmen, they have been willing to drive at the ball. Oh, looks like Crawley just patting down the turf, or actually just getting rid of something that was on it. Final ball of the Pat Cummins over. And hoping Stokes doesn't have to bat today. He's mainly minimal. Would be, I thought that was going to be a shout for LBW, but once again, whipped off the pad. Another single taken by England. And that is another over that this time has actually gone for 6 runs. Australia just allowing England to rotate the strike a little bit too easily at the moment. Their batting order, I believe Theoretically, I mean, we did see their tailwind stick around a little bit in the first innings with Wood. He was able to hit himself a six off the first ball, actually had 10 runs off two deliveries. But it's going to be one that has to be won in the top order, or at least the middle order as well. You don't want to try and rely on that tail to get themselves 50 runs near the end because we know that there will be some short stuff being bowled by the Australians. Harry Brook, he didn't look like he was in any hurry to go out to bat. Has he got some sort of injury or are they changing the order perhaps? Because he was still wearing his English training top. I think both Dane Coles and Artie Savia played well. I'm stoked that Moeen Ali, a former Chiefs player, scored his first international try as an All Black, says Ryan Sims. Yeah, it was good to see him cross the line. I know that the All Blacks, I think they would have been much more happy with that first half than they were with the second, but it was good to see that Argentina had some fight in them for that second 40 minutes. A little bit of in swing there from Mitchell Starc with the big Yorker. It was maybe a little bit over pitch though. 251, still more than England got in their first innings, although this is a much better partnership than what they did have in that first innings as well. Duckett on strike. Another pitched up delivery on drive, well fielded by Pat Cummins, and they won't take the single. Always risky trying to run off a misfield, as many players have found out in the past, unfortunately. Crowd, it's not quite silence, but there is a little bit more of a test match feel to this crowd at the moment. No one really chanting. We did have the English chants at the very start. Now everyone is just kind of getting settled in, expecting a big day ahead. Hopefully the rain doesn't affect it too drastically. I know that it's supposed to rain at about maybe 5 a.m. New Zealand time, or maybe a little bit earlier, maybe about 3 or 4. Starc down the leg side. Duckett chased after it, but wasn't able to catch up. Kerry with a good bit of work behind the stumps. 141 Ks, that one. The crowd are nervous. Says mainly minimal. They are indeed. What players played well in this morning's match in your view, says Ryan Sims? I felt Geordie Barrett stepped up in that contest, which I feel like he needed to because he was a little bit uncertain in terms of being in a lot of people's starting lineup for the ABs. But yeah, I felt he played well. Beauden Barrett didn't do too badly at number 15. Thought that out of the forwards, I mean, Dane Coles, I thought that he did pretty well and the props weren't doing too badly, seeing as the All Black scrum was pretty dominant at times. Mitchell Starc, that's the straight one. That's actually hit Duckett's back pad. Straight enough, says Michael Atherton. Height, they are thinking. He's trying to work it to leg. Australia, they did use up a review actually in that first 5 overs. Cummins is trying to decide. It is close, says Mitchell Starc. But they haven't gone upstairs. Height, says Starc. This did hit Duckett quite deep in his crease. Yep, hit him in the thigh pad though. So I'd like to think that that one would be going over the stumps, but decent shout from the slip cord and they were liking it. The height will be the downfall. They can't really afford to give away an early review either, with only having the 2 remaining. Crawley, 17 runs off 21. Both of these English batsmen going at around a strike rate of 90. Wider delivery, and he does chase after it. That is risky for Crawley there, but he thought that it was pitched up. As I've just said, he's left well until now. That one he went after, and I feel like Mitchell Starc is a little bit trickier to drive at compared to Pat Cummins. Oh, it was umpire's call. So it would have actually been given out, or if it had been given out, it would have stayed as out. Didn't someone say anything who thinks, or anyone who thinks England can win from here is delusional? Says Gareth. We have heard quite a few comments along those lines, but who knows? They're doing all right at the moment. 39 for none. Have we just jinxed them and there's going to be a wicket? Nope, he leaves that one alone. That'll be the end of the over. 39 for none. Gareth, how do you think the junior box, or the baby box, sorry, are going to go in their game up against the Irish in the under-20s? I'm thinking about covering it. I've been on the fence, but maybe could be an option. When's the next game after this one, says Robert? So the next test match, I believe, will be starting on either Friday or Thursday this week. I think it might be Friday. In fact, and let's wait for Seb to come, says Grant. I'll just quickly get you the right date. Somewhere around Friday this week, though. Quite a quick turnaround for the players, although if the day does end today rather than day 5, they get that extra 1 day's rest. Anyone wondering? The Fijians at the moment winning 27 points to 12 over the Italian. Under 20s, that was a great ball from Cummins, luring Ben Duckett into the drive. He was saying that one popped off the surface, but luckily for him, it didn't pop off the side of the bat. Baby Box will lose, sadly. There's Gareth. Low home field advantage, isn't it, for the Baby Box? That one, do you think it's going to be a close game, or do you think it will be relatively one-sided, Gareth? So the next test match between these two sides is actually in 9 days' time. My apologies. It's starting on the 19th of July. And 150 on lunch, says Yaganath. And I think they will be relatively aggressive. With the amount of rain that's around, you don't really want to leave it to the last minute to get the runs. Because if you do that, you know, you're just asking for a draw or a risk of not getting to finish the game. And this is a must-win for England. They need to make sure they win this game so that they can walk away from this contest with a 2-1 down in the series. But like Ben Stokes said, we went 3-0 against New Zealand. We went 3-0 against Pakistan. We can still go 3-0 up against Australia for the next 3 games. And that's kind of that winning mentality that I feel England need. Had some great bowling from Mark Wood. England in pole position. Solid from Ben Duckett. Seems like maybe that early drive in the over has now been slightly, I guess, not scared out of him due to the way that he drove at it. This is one of the worst Baby Box sides I've ever seen. Says LB. I've got Australia going for a 5-0 whitewash, says Robert. Yeah, I think for the sake of the series, I hope to see England win this game. I know that might annoy a few Australians, but for the sake of it being intense for the last 2 test matches, I feel like if it was 3-0 now, people would slightly tune out for those last 2 games. Now Cummins, nicely worked by Duckett down to deep third man. The under-20s or Northern Hemisphere under-20 teams are all highly skilled, says Hanoi. Yes, man, it is. Never seen a South Africa team with such poor set piece, says Gareth. What have Ireland been doing? They had the draw with England, didn't they? And then alongside that, who else have Ireland played? In round 3, they beat Fiji 47 points to 27. And in round 2, they got themselves the win over the Aussie under-20s, who actually drew with England. So that was a tough pull, that is for sure. Beat Oz 30 points to 10, says Hanoi. Sitting 40 runs on the board for the English. About a sixth of the way there at the moment. Cummins, outside of off stump. Again, Crawley gets the outside edge down towards third man. They do get another run, and that is something England have been doing very well throughout this first session of the day, is just keeping that strike rotating, not allowing the bowlers to bowl more than about 3 deliveries at the same batsman. I want badly England to win from here in the baseball style and blue the Ashes alive. Is any rain forecast today? There is rain. I think it's from about 5 hours time locally. Just have another quick look. The Headingley Stadium at 3 p.m. local time is now actually no percentage, which is great to see. 4 p.m. is 50%. So if they score quickly, the nice straight drive there. Looked like Crawley was a little bit slow leaving, so they will only get the single for it. But another run to close out the over. It'll be 42 for none now. Those Baby Box team are overachieved by reaching the semi-final, says Grant. And Cummins need to choose Nessa to who is over in England as a backup, says Robert. So I guess of the Aussie bowlers, who would you take out for Nessa, Robert, out of curiosity? And England won the under-20s UEFA competition yesterday. So really, it looks like most of the best action is in the under-21s, no matter the sport, says Wolf Song. Yeah, England versus France is going to be a hard contest for both of the teams. I think France might take that one, to be honest, just from what I've seen in their past games. But it's always very hard to judge with those under-20 boys because they haven't really had those big match pressure situations. And who knows, maybe it's this game that the baby box step up and go, right, this is the one that we actually need to really sort out. Oh, it's given us out for Ben Duckett. He's walked right across his stumps, Ben Duckett. He's reviewed it. I don't think he's got bat on it, but this might be the first wicket falling for the English of the day. Covering some rugby after this, it might end up happening for that Irish under-20 game versus South Africa under-20s. It just depends a little bit on terms of what time this cricket is ending, because I wouldn't want to have to cut one short for the next one. I don't think it's the players who are poor. I think the fault lies with the coaching. So Ben Duckett, he's walked right across his stumps, maybe pitching outside leg. Might be the one saving grace. Did he get a little bit of bat to it, though? They are going to be checking the ultra edge now. I guess by extension, Rassi. He's meant to have all the teams in alignment, and the ladies under 20 are clearly not on the same page. Duckett edge, it looks like it's going to be bat and peg, or bat and ball. There is a gap. Ball tracking, I can see a stump. This is not looking good for Ben Duckett. The only thing saving him is pitching outside line, and it's hit a middle stump, and it's going to be 3 reds. The reviewer's lost, and that is the first one of the day, and it's Mitchell Starc who does pick it up for the Australians. Well, I go Marsh, Starc, Cummins, Nessa, maybe another spinner, not Murphy. So who's your other spinner rather than Murphy, seeing as he is the only one standing at the moment, I think. I don't think they've got too many other backup spinners, unless you have Travis Head as a full-time spinner. And can't be coaching the baby box, because last year they spent all the Six Nations, or swept all the Six Nations teams. And when they lose their first wicket, that's Moeen Ali. That's why Harry Brook didn't look like he was anywhere near set up to go out to the middle, because they've sent out Ali. I think that this is a man that they've decided to go out there and just have a free license to have a bit of a bash. Rassi, another coach, has left last night after the game for New Zealand. And also, I mean, if England till I die, even I have to admit our England under 20 lads were giving away too many penalties. Those 4 passes in that Australia game, truly poor game for us, says Wolf Song. Do you think England will choke from here also, says Coding? It's still very early, of course, so it's hard to tell. But Moeen Ali coming in at 3 is an interesting. He's either been told to go out there and get some quick fire runs, or they've decided that he's going to be out there to wear down that new ball a little bit more. And I don't know, Bairstow will drop down to 7, they've said, which means that Joe Root should be in next, but Brook will be number 5 by the looks of it here. Yeah, why is Ali in so soon? I think, for me, this is kind of... Is this saying that he might not be playing any other test matches, so they've gone go out there and just have a real good crack? Or is it... I think it's strategic. Try and have him out there for a long time. Already down the leg side from Starc. No bet on that one for Moeen Ali. Rassi's still involved in the national setup, in my opinion. He's the director. He needs to do the DR job. Still acting like the coach, says Gareth. And well, interesting decision, says Peter. Very interesting for Moeen Ali to come in. He normally bats at about 7 or somewhere around there, maybe even 6. I've gone with him at number 3 now. The Australian slip called, and they were celebrating that LBW. So was Mitchell Starc when he saw the 3 reds. Looked slightly surprised, Mitchell Starc, when it was 3 reds, though. Moeen Ali, that one was a little bit of an in-swing and delivery from Starc. Takes the quick single. Good running between the wickets from England. Start of his innings. And Ali can do well. But coming out this early is rather odd. Hopefully, he do something interesting, says Wolf Song. And I think the pitch is deteriorating. So trying to get quick runs. 4th innings at Headingley is always tough, says Gareth. And I guess with that rain forecast for a little bit later on in the day, and also tomorrow, maybe they're going, we need to get this about 6 or so. It's a pretty negative move to put Ali, which is vulnerable against Australia. I mean, I don't know whether I'd call it negative, because at the end of the day, Moeen Ali in that first innings did pretty well for himself. So I think it's more of the case of they just want someone who will continue scoring runs in quick succession. Speaking of quick runs, that is going to be a 4 Or Zach Crawley now. And Gareth, maybe he still loves to travel and enjoys business class, says Annoy. Yeah, Ali, it's one of those situations that it could be a big risk. And if it doesn't pay off, they will be ridiculed for it. If it pays off, then it'll be just what the English need to keep on getting those runs ticking over, almost needing less than the 200 now. This first session, if we get, I'd say the run rate that we're getting at the moment, they won't be a mile off needing around maybe 70 or so. Hey, you want a baseball extravaganza? Here you are, says Gareth. Now Crawley sitting on 22 off 25 deliveries. Hit to the leg side. Nicely played. Cummins fields it for the one. That will leave one ball of the over for Moeen Ali. Already sitting on 1 off 2. Gareth, I badly want against Australia, says Coding. Well, yeah, I guess there's not many teams in the world that at the start of the day would put in a batsman who's normally considered around the middle order, but also very good in a T20. Not normally you would put him at number 3. And I feel like that is probably, a little bit of that baseball tactic of being aggressive with it. They're saying that maybe every once in a while they won't go with too many short deliveries as of yet to Moeen Ali. Pitched up, nice swing and delivery, and that is well played by Moeen Ali there for the third ball facing into the over, 48 for 1. Mooney won't travel to New Zealand. Interesting call if he's injured or if he's uninjured, says Hanoi. Yeah, I see that there were a few players who missed out. Ivan Ruz, another one who didn't travel. Joseph Dweber. So you'd assume that it's going to be Malcolm Marks and Bongyam Manumbi as the 2 hooker options. But yeah, Mooney, I think it was just there may not have been, other than maybe if they just want to leave him in South Africa for a little bit longer. How old is he? Is he 21 years of age? I was going to say maybe if he was under 20, he could get himself a shot in the under 20s game next week if they make it through. And really, that's interesting. I know Mapimpi is in New Zealand, but Mapimpi isn't first choice anymore, says Gareth. I said your name with a bit more of a South African twang today, Gareth, I think. The G. That time it wasn't. That was just Kiwi. A fight. Solid from Zach Crawley. And even though they've lost that wicket of Duckett, he will still look to get the runs ticking over as often as he can. And Kanamudi is still only 20. So I'll have to ask this question. Under 20s, can you be 20 and under, or do you have to be 19 or under? Because I guess under 20s theoretically would be 19 or under, wouldn't it? But, is it at the start of the competition, if you were 19, you get to still play? Like, what happens if someone has a birthday? I'd assume they still get to be in the team. But yeah, I don't think it's an option for Kanamudi, unfortunately. Nicely worked the leg side from Zach Crawley. No run taken. If you turn 20 this year, I can play, I think, says Annoy. Injury cover for the baby box. I'd like to think that, wait, how far away are they compared to where the Springboks played? I'd like to think that they'd give them like a ticket to go watch them if they haven't sent them to New Zealand. Pat Cummins, 2 balls at the moment in a row being dots. It's actually been a rarity throughout this. Now that's 3 on the trot. It's gone for 25 runs already. I think if it's fine, if you turn 20 whilst in the season, says Wolf Song. Harry Brook, he has now got the whites on and the vest, so I believe he will be batting at number 5. Is that Joe Root next to him? That might be Joe Root next to him, and he doesn't look dressed for the occasion either. So maybe they are completely reshuffling their order here, England, and maybe Harry Brook does make his way in at number 4 with Joe Root coming in slightly later. Aggressive shot from Crawley, straight to Marnus Labuschagne. He has been extremely busy throughout the start of this day. Would he play 12, 13 in the under-20s to get more ball? I mean, I know that 13 has been a talking point for Moody in the past. So, yeah, it could be an option in their midfield. But, yeah, because I know that earlier on, Gareth mentioned that it was the set play that was struggling a little bit, or the set piece. And the current baby box problems are not in the back line. No need for Moody, says Grant. Oh, stick him in as a lock. He'd be tall enough, wouldn't he, almost? Almost 2 meters. No, he's about 190, isn't he, Kanamudi? Going to be a single taken for England again. Now, Moeen Ali, 1 ball remaining in the over without even meaning to. I think it's ending up a little bit more like they are trying to keep Moeen Ali not having a huge amount of strike. He prefers 13. That's where he played his schoolboy rugby. There's Grant, and well, you got Matty Renshaw. I can bowl right arm off break. He could be in Marsh's spot, and Marshy in for Murphy. Yeah, I think it just depends how, I guess, batting heavy the Aussies want to be, because Renshaw would be considered probably an all-rounder, same with Mitchell Marsh. So with Stark already being able to bat not too badly, same with Cummins, do they go with that pure bowler? And someone like a Michael Nisa. Oh, outside edge. I thought it was from Moeen Ali, but I think he hit the ground. That'll be the end of the over, though. 11 overs down, 49 for 1. Hamish just finished live stream this weekend. Just done 3-row yesterday, and today and Friday 2. Could be Arm's successor. Says Gareth. I mean, that's the thing. Lukhanyo Arm, I always forget how young the guy is with the fact he's only 29. But, they might be looking at another option. Yeah, I know Jesse Creel also gets that outside centre role. But, maybe Moody, because at the moment it's going to be very hard for him to get a chance on the wing, I think. With how well Kurt Leorinsa played, with Makazole Mapimpi, Cheslin Colby all lining up for the opportunity. He's probably the last choice at the moment for them. Crawley now back on strike, 24 runs, 31 balls. Stark continuing to bowl, so this will be his 4th over in a row now, and another big drive from that Crawley, just throws the hands at it. That'll be racing away to the boundary for another 4 runs. Might be the end of the test today. Yeah, as long as the rain stays away, I believe we will see the end of the test match for today. But that is now the 50 runs on the board for the English. Crowd letting out a big round of applause for that one. I don't think so. The Lions centre will take over from Arm, I think. Is that old Hinko van Veek, is it? Is that the correct name? Maybe. Who else have they got? Who's the guy with the slightly longer hair in the centre combination? The captain. Is it captain? It's not Orendale, is it? Who's the Lions bloke with the slightly curlier hair in the midfield who's normally number 12 and crashes up at the line? Who I can't think of off the top of my head. Carter Gordon has to start versus Argentina, says Xavier Brown. Interesting you say that. I said that on the most recent podcast as well. I said that Carter Gordon could be the option at 10 and then have Quade Cooper come off the bench later on in the contest. And Dan from the Stormers is a Bock at some point. Says, Dan Duplessis, is it? And Henko van Veek, says Grant. Yeah, I think I'm thinking of Berger Orendale as another Lions centre. Is he one of the centres for the Lions? Although, yeah, Henko van Veek seems to be the one with high praise. At the moment, the coach has said Moody is the most talented player they've ever seen. The last person they said that about was Francois Steyn. And he also debuted under 20 years old. Once at the pad of Moeen Ali, a little bit shorter from Stark, so no real appeal from the Australians. If England if England win this, do you pick Hazelwood in the 4th test or stick with Boland? It will depend a little bit on how fit Hazelwood is. But if he is fit, I would probably go back to Josh Hazelwood. Just because that 4th test, I think the conditions will suit him. Boland will definitely be able to do the job, though, if he is selected. But, yeah, they do seem to just pick Hazelwood over Boland at the moment. Always nice having positivity about the box coming out of Safa Land, says Gareth. Back down the leg side. Not able to catch up with that Moeen Ali. Yeah, it was interesting, some of the chat that we saw over the weekend, I'll be honest, but I think it's to be expected. Hudson Berg from the Stormers is also highly thought of. He played wing, but now but he is a centre. Yeah, so Hudson Berg, another good option. I like the fact that I know who these players are. Like, I feel like if I didn't watch the URC or the Curry Cup, I'd be sitting here while you guys are saying names, being like, what? Who? And you could make up a random name and I'll be like, oh, yeah, nah, he's all right. But, yeah, I think that is, a peach. That was a good ball from Mitchell Stark. But that's somewhere where watching the URC, I feel like I like it because it means I know what's going on. One's gone away a little bit. I just bit my tongue. I didn't even say a word at the time I bit it either. I don't know how that's possible. 199 runs required to win. I really thought I behaved myself, says Gareth. You did start in an interesting fashion by dropping the C word off the bat, but other than that, you behaved, which was good. Now Stark, still with the 3 slips. The scoring has slowed down a little bit, although they will take another single there for Moeen Ali. You've got it rotating the strike. Maybe you should know what's going on with your mum's favourite team, says Grant. I have a question. I know that Lillian Zuss out on that left wing. We've seen him a little bit in the past. What about old I've forgotten his name now. Of course, after I say I watched the URC, I know the players, but the number 11 for I think he's playing for the Lions at the moment. He has the headgear on, quick as a cat, I like to call him. It's not a rinser. There's another fella out on the wing. It's not a very big guy, but is he at all in bot contention in people's opinions, or is he just, he's a good player at the level he's playing at, but they don't see a spot opening up for him? Edward van der Merwe, that's the one. Thank you, Gareth. Oh, I almost called you Gareth, but thank you, Grant. Now again, Moeen Ali. Take the single. This is good work because this is still slowly taking them a little bit closer to the total. And Stain should go to the cup again, says Hanoi. Is that Mornay or Francois? I assume Francois. And those lot going on about it being a B team. I get my blood pressure up a bit, says Gareth. Yeah, it's an interesting one. And I was actually talking about it with someone else as well. And it's like, those guys, if you ever said to them to their face, you're a B team player, like they would drop you big time, just like Sam Cane dropped that pitch invader in the Argentina game. Anyone see that? Yeah, he's getting in trouble. That's a bouncer from Pat Cummins. It's gone over the head. Going to be called as bomb. Yeah, the fact that Sam Cane was going to get in trouble for stopping a pitch invader. Is a bit weird. Thicke Abrahams is a loss to South Africa. Thicke Abrahams, I think, was another one that I was thinking of alongside Edward van der Merwe for that left wing side. Crawley now sitting on 25. Those extra 4 runs, I mean, now it takes it down to 193. That kick from Sam Cane on the pitch invader made me lol, says Grant. But then he had to, he did a public apology for it. And he also said that he met up with the guy and the guy's friends and smoothed it all over and they hung out for a while. And it's like, but he was a pitch invader. Like, that's theoretically trespassing, right? Just roughly. Yet he's getting rewarded for it by getting to hang out with the All Blacks. It's like, it's weird. Because the thing is, the part of it some people aren't thinking about is if that pitch invader had serious intent and had a knife on him or something, and then Sam Cane had tripped him, and then he went round to the Argentine player that he ran towards and he had stabbed him or anything like that, then people wouldn't be complaining about what Sam Cane did. If anything, they would have said he should have kicked him harder. I suppose you can't go around kicking people. It was still funny though, says Grant. Yeah. It's a weird scenario. I'm not a fan of Cane, but that was good, says Gareth. See, that's the thing. I haven't really seen anyone say that I've seen a couple people say he shouldn't have done it. But yeah, it goes back to what if the pitch invader had a weapon? Like, if they're on the field and they're not supposed to be on the field, why aren't you allowed to drop them? Like, surely that's one thing that would make them think, oh, maybe I shouldn't go onto the field. It's like the oil ones for the cricket. If Johnny Bairstow had put the guy under his arm and given him a little short jab, that would have been frowned upon. But he was in Johnny Bairstow's space, Any pitch invader deserves a kicking part of the territory, says Gareth. And Cane copying it badly on his Instagram by heaps of Argies, says Hanoi. How do you see this going? Surely England get home from a year with why is Ali batting at 3? I think they brought him out there as quite an aggressive option, but just because maybe they want to get that quick fire runs, and also they want that new ball to be worn down a little bit more. So they've given Moeen Ali almost like a night watchman role, even though there's no night watchman situation. If that makes sense. I'm all for players taking out pitch invaders. Says Grant, I feel like it would be part of the fun of being a player. Because I know that at the Warriors game, one of the security guards got told off because he smashed the pitch invader, gave him a big tackle, and everyone was like, "Oh, you can't do that. Like, what about that pitch invader? What if he got seriously hurt?" He's not going to get hurt if he stays in the stand, is he? That's why you don't pitch invade. Like it's crazy what people will defend nowadays, and that's coming from someone who's always impartial and tries to stay on the fence. Like, just don't pitch invade. That's going to be the single taken by Zach Crawley again. Those orange dust fellas. We're at it. Or we're at it again at Wimbledon. Here's Gareth. Like that's their Moeen Ali, an off spinner who bats in any position. Number 3, probably not what he was expecting when he was in the squad for this test match. He'll be taking on this role. 5 runs off 11 balls. Not doing too bad at the moment. Actually got Mo engraved in the middle of his bat. AJ still talks about taking Pete out with Richie McCaw. Says Gareth, what happened to the Bok fan who ran on and punched the referee? Says Hanoi. You see, that's the thing. It's a scenario that back in the old days, it was if you went on the field and you weren't supposed to be on the field, the players would let you know about it. Whereas now it's, oh no, you can't hurt them. What if they get hurt from running onto the field? Not the case of what if they were running on the field with malicious intent. Like at the end of the day, that fella at the Argentine game, like he got close enough to the players that if he had had something on him, it could have been not ideal. But they kind of just go, nah, you're not allowed to hurt the fellas just in case. Bad for life, that's tough for him. Says Hanoi. Oh, the umpires looking, there was someone moving behind Mitchell Stark as he ran in. That's exactly who Gareth is talking about, says Grant. Ali. If he can get himself, let's say ideally he needs to get 20 runs here. It doesn't sound like a lot, but get himself set with a 20 runs or so. Ooh, it's a duck under that one. Piet van Sel, I think. Says Hanoi. And also probably had to move out of Durban after that, says Gareth as well. It's a good duck from Moeen Ali. Concentrated. Trying to make sure he doesn't make the early mistake. Go to the courts and try to overturn its ban, says Grant. Yeah, that's the thing. Like he punched the fella, right? So it's the assault side of things. But like you still anyone who runs onto the field, I feel like should have some sort of repercussions. Just a little bit, maybe not not huge, but like something, you know. I remember there was that patch where Javo was going around, wasn't there? And he was doing a few of it. He joined up with the All Blacks national anthem at one point, I think. He's done it at the cricket as well. So I think he's very good at what he does. He was big, maybe an ex-prop, and Audi Amish. He had a good rest. I had a rest. I wouldn't say it was good just because it was a little bit short, but yeah, after tonight we're probably going to get a nice big sleep in. Moeen Ali, he's been knocked over. Now, normally when I open my mouth like that, I was about to say make a moaning noise, but that sounds a bit dodgy. Mitchell Stark knocking over Moeen Ali. I jinxed him. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I said that it was going to be ideal for Moeen Ali to get 20. He didn't even face 20 balls. He faced 15, but that was a brilliant in-swing and delivery from Mitchell Stark. In fact, it was a roll of the fingers that brought it nicely towards the stumps. And Moeen Ali disappointed. with that one. Now 2 wickets down for the English. Now who do England send out to the crease? I feel like it's either going to be Joe Root or Harry Brook, and I think Harry Brook might be the man instead that they do decide to go with. Well, this is not looking good for the Bombs, says Grant. Yeah, certainly not the early wicket that they wanted to lose. What a delivery. Yeah, it's pretty hard to play for any batsman, let alone someone who is normally a little bit further down the order. But Stark at the moment, he's just bowling very well for today, and I think that is going to be something that England are going to have to just try and see out his overs, which is going to be tricky because from that type of ball, when it comes flying in, definitely if you think you're getting one maybe slightly shorter, in the case of Moeen Ali. Nice, broke the stumps in two, says Jack. Yeah, very good ball from Mitchell Stark. Probably was going to be his last over of the spell, but now I believe they will give him one more after this, and it's going to be Joe Root. Crowd singing it for him. England's best batter and one of their all-time greats is the comment from Nasser saying, if that isn't jinxing a batsman, I don't know what is. I know I have the commentator's curse, but maybe, just maybe, he's could find himself with a first ball duck now. And damn, come on, England, says Blues Nate. Yeah, I think majority of people want to see the English walk away with a victory, of course, unless you are going for Australia. Root, says Peter. Now Mitchell Stark, in-swinging Yorker. It's got to be for the first ball, doesn't it? Oh, chasing the wide one, Joe Root. Went after it. A nervous shot being played, but that'll be the end of the over. 60 for 2 now. They lost the number 7 batsman. No need to worry yet, says Gareth. Yeah, it's probably, I mean, it's a wicket that, of course, they wouldn't have wanted to lose, but Joe Root was so close to edging that one, that certainly wouldn't have been a wicket that they want to lose this early. Mitchell Stark just laughed at him, smiling about it. I think that Stark's got another over in him now. Searched him. Peter Van Sale is a farm manager. Mildura, Australia. Maybe he left to escape his embarrassment and attend rugby in a different country, says Annoy. I just realised it's almost Tuesday. No, it's not. It's almost Monday. I always struggle to know what day it is after a weekend of rugby and cricket. I did get to watch, well, I got to watch like 2 moments of the cricket last night before all the rain was around. Or in that little gap. They got like 7 balls in, I think it was, and then it ran, or then it rained again. They left the country. Good. There's Gareth. Just came back in. Moeen Ali got the inside edge on it. No, it's Friday, says Nate. The thing is, I would almost believe you. It's one of those ones that when you stay up to random hours of the night on a weekend, I thought that the rugby semi-finals for the under-20s was actually tomorrow night rather than tonight. But it's tonight now. Oh, inside edge from Zach Crawley. Didn't time it well, but Joe Root is going to be running it hard, and they'll get back for 2. Would have been close to a run out if Labuschagne had hit the stumps. Thank you, Australia, for taking that scum off our hands, says Grant. A little bit risky running from Joe Root. Could have been run out on a duck. And true, to be honest, feels like a Monday. There's Blues, Nate. Yeah, he backed himself. How close was this going to be? Oh, no, I think he might have just got there. Hopefully we see the sideline angle that one at some point. But Crawley is working his way towards that half century. Could be a crucial innings for the English if they are to get themselves towards the much-needed total. Outside off stump, nice front foot punch from Crawley. They get the single again. Believe it or not, most of us respect refs and not the values, and love the values of rugby. Yeah, which is why I think when Ben O'Keefe was getting so much slack from New Zealand supporters for that Chiefs game, I was like, really? Is this what we're doing now? I feel like the referee probably, yes, sometimes they can have a bad game, but at the end of the day, without a ref, you haven't got a game of rugby. So surely you should just be happy that they are, they are there. Afternoon, Hamish, do you ever sleep? I do a little bit. I got a tad of sleep beforehand. My eyes still bloodshot from last night doing the all-nighter. Joe Root steps away. as Cummins was very close to bowl in that one. I think someone moved up in the top. He had an excellent game yesterday, says Gareth. And yeah, I feel like it's good that he did have a good game because I feel like he needed it, if that makes sense, just for his own confidence. Because as a referee, it must suck having messages just flying at you saying you're terrible at what you do, quit your job, and quite a few worse than that as well, to be honest. Another single taken that was off Joe Root's glove. Okay, no, it's called as a lead by for that one. Pat Cummins having a bit of a smile at Root for that delivery. What is this hit? Oh, it hit him in the inside of the leg. I thought it was off the glove. Crawley back on strike. 2 balls remaining of this Cummins over. Already 50 minutes into the session, ladies and gentlemen. It has absolutely flown by. A little bit lofty from Crawley. Hits it straight at Usman Khawaja, fielding it short cover. No run. 187 more to win for the English. They are currently a quarter of the way there. Still a little bit to go, though, of course. Crawley having a bit of a laugh with Joe Root at the middle. They always play in high spirits, England, when they are batting. But I believe after Root, it would be Brook. Then they'd go Stokes at number 6, Bairstow number 7, and then it gets into the bowlers, which will include probably Stuart Broad batting at number 11 again, just due to the batsman that they have got above him, although Robinson might actually bat at number 11 instead. Pitched up, no run taken that time. That'll be the end of the over, 64 for 2. 5 overs from Pat Cummins in a row. Stark has also had 5, but I believe that they will stick with Mitchell Stark. Showing Joe Root with the dismissal in the second innings at Lords. The first innings here ended up getting the edge. So Cummins will try and pitch it maybe that little bit shorter to Joe Root, see if he has learnt from the mistakes that he made not too long ago. But it is going to be Stark continuing. Root is very crucial in this chase for England. He needs to stay there, says Coding. He has now got to face off with Mitchell Stark. Not exactly an easy bowler to have to face when you're first making your way to the middle. Oh. So Root, because he had one wide crack at the ball, one of the slips have come out. Looks like the reasoning behind that is to try and stop Root from playing that aggressive shot, which I would have thought you would have gone with the opposite and tried to make him play it. Slightly outside off stump, hits the pad and the batter Joe Root simultaneously. Roy, why you hate Hanger Rat so much, says Gareth to Blues Nate. I don't think we had too many people getting timed out over the weekend, did we? Overall, I know that I ended up timing out that guy who just kept on writing try in the All Blacks versus Argentina game, because literally the only message he would put was try anytime that there was going to be a try, so that it just spoiled it each and every time. So by the end, I just timed him out, which seemed like a good idea. And then he said that the moderators were racist towards Russians, I think was his comment. Root had a fly on his bat there. Mitchell Stark almost had one in his eardrum. Root yet to get himself the first run on the board for his innings. 15.2 overs down. Just looking at this with the amount, I don't see England facing the new ball of Australia. I sent one to the shadow zone, but I think it was a bot. There's Gareth. Now Stark, Joe Root's shot. That was a brilliant cover drive. That is probably the best shot that we will see of this test match. And there's been a couple pretty decent ones, but just keeping everything in the exact position it needs to be for that cover drive. Perfectly timed, gets the foot to the ball and drives it beautifully through the colour region. At least this is the actual proper Ashes test, unlike that failed attempt in rugby. The Aussies couldn't even replicate in Pretoria against South Africa, as mentioned by Eddie Jones himself, says Simi Souza. Now, Joe Root, first runs of the day and probably the best first runs. Oh, but once again, Mark Woody did hit a six of his first ball. Doesn't feel good when someone tells the future event and spoils the interest, says Coding. Yeah, I think some people forget that I am slightly more late, but then also due to YouTube, it's also a little bit of a delay as well. To be honest, I don't hate the guy. He said something about Amish's beard. I didn't like it, my bad. His Blues day. Oh, yeah, he said that I need to get rid of my fluff, didn't he? Which is probably fair enough because the beard is looking a little bit rough. But all he wants a little bit of bat tape for this one. Jeepers Eddie was mad, says Gareth. Yeah, although once again it was his first game as coach, so it was never going to be one game was going to fix all of Australia's prior issues built over the years. He probably didn't quite see what he wanted to see from the Aussie side. Another 2 runs taken by Joe Root. Great running between the wickets. I'd love to be able to run a 2 in cricket and not get puffed. Like for me, if I run 2, I'm absolutely exhausted. But like he's not even breathing heavy. You look good in beard, says Coding. It's not great on the sides. The good news is most of the time it's like straight on because as you can see, there's nothing there. Or not a lot there anyway. You know, Eddie is mad when he treats the media well, says Gareth. Yeah, I think like someone said earlier on, England will be happy because they'll be able to be like, hey, look what Eddie Jones wasn't able to do. Great shot from Joe Root, fielded by Usman Khawaja, nicely positioned field. How can someone say anything about Hamish's beard? He needs to grow on first, says Grant. Fair point. Yeah, it's not exactly like it's not there on either side, really. But the neck beard grows pretty well, which I guess is not ideal. I'll just take some of this down here and stick it on the cheeks, and then we're all good to go. Already almost the first hour down in this test match for day 4. England, they started the day with 27 runs, was it? 27 runs? Or maybe a little bit less, maybe about 26, I think it was. 2 wickets lost in the first hour. 44 runs in the first hour being scored. We don't have Russians. The kid wasn't Russian. He's a fanboy piece, says Blues Nate. And yeah, it was just a case of that was the only thing he was putting. Like, I could understand maybe if it was like he was also just chatting along with the game saying, oh, this player's doing well, nice run, you know, anything like that. But it was literally just, hey, I want to spoil this moment for you. Here you go. And yeah, it was 27, says Defunk. No, I need to, my bad. I'm with you. Just wondering if there was something in the past that had happened, says Gareth. Neckbeard Hamish, I think we found your OnlyFans name. I don't know whether it's a fun nickname. Well, not a catchy nickname anyway. Unless my name started with N, then it would be better. Oh, why is he chasing after that one for Crawley? Wide outside off stump. And Boland almost ended up picking him up. Why didn't you do that? Hamish exactly, boss, says Blues Nate. Now, at least Australia wins this weekend here, taking the Ashes against England. Even if the Poms take the final test, presumably. At least it's more than 3 tests since I'm not familiar with cricket. So yeah, it's 5 test matches at the moment. The Aussies, how am I going to do this? They have got 2 test matches. That finger doesn't bend right, does it? We'll go with that. Aussies have got 2 test matches. This is the 3rd one, which England are hoping to put in their category. My fingers not work like that. Rock on, right? And then England ideally want to win that next one. Very hard to keep that finger up. I don't want to. And then the last one will be the decider. I could have done that in so many other ways. That was probably one of the more awkward ways of doing it, though. That finger's still very wonky from when I played cricket last year. At like a 20-degree angle. That will work, Grant. Says the funk. 3 balls remaining of this over of Scotty Boland. Wanting to pick up quite a few wickets, I would think, in this innings to help his side. Hamish about to get a strike for showing satanistic symbols, says Gareth. I mean, to be fair, at least it would be a strike that we've earned, I guess you could say, rather than the ones that we've got so far. We've had 4 or 5 strikes for nothing at this point, which is pretty rough. But luckily, we got through the rugby championship without any. Oh, it's off the edge. It's gone over the slip cordon. Another 4 runs for Zach Crawley, but he's living dangerously in this innings. That is for sure. Mitchell Marsh laughing about that one, but that one hurts with the fact that they weren't able to take that catch just over the top of Mitchell Marsh. Probably another, I'd say, 30 centimetres or so just over the top of him too quickly. And Irish came very close to throwing king side, says Grant. I mean, if it makes it any better, I have no idea what any gang signs are, but I don't think YouTube would see it that way, would they? Fair enough, Hamish. Aussies. I just need one more win to wrap it up. I have to say, face no pressure, says Sammy Souza. I wanted to watch your last night's call of New Zealand Argentina, but I was asleep for the Oz South Africa game and knew someone would say the result. Smart. I feel like, yeah, I probably said it within the first 5 seconds, so you're probably good at avoiding that. Hopefully, you did get to watch it without knowing the result, Hanoi. In that case, I always find it's impossible for me to watch sport after it's happened without someone saying about it. The likes of the UFC, I was looking at possibly watching it at some point, but then I knew the Dan Hooker result before it had even happened. Heard that he broke his arm. Sorry if this is a spoiler. I don't mean to give any spoilers away. I'm literally doing what I say happens to me now, so I feel bad. But yeah, I knew the result of Drekis versus Robert Whitaker. The other fights on that card, I don't know the results of yet, so we'll keep them secret just for now, hopefully. How good was the ABs in the first half? They did very well in that first half. It was just that second half. They didn't quite find that same momentum, but I think that is because Argentina started playing a lot better throughout that stage. And the ABs were very good. Looking forward to the box licking or giving them a lick. Says Gareth, and yeah, I turned my phone off, TV, etc., and just watched a replay uninterrupted on the iPad. Says Annoy. I remember watching the Ashes 2019 series, and I pretty much avoided all social media for about 4 weeks because I was that far behind. I had them all recorded on TV, like the Skybox, and I was slowly catching up. But I managed to avoid knowing who won the Ashes until I actually finished it about 4 weeks after the Ashes took place. This was, of course, before we were doing YouTube. I think if we did any stream, someone would be like, hey, did you see that such and such one? Nice cut away from Crawley. Fell on the deep from Todd Murphy. They get themselves another single. 175 more runs to win. Cutting it down nicely. Where did you find a replay? Been looking for a Bok Aussie one to watch. I can't find one, says Gareth. What would be your best bet? Is it on YouTube yet? I know that sometimes people illegally upload it to YouTube as an option. Now, root on strike, advanced a little bit there. Look at YouTube. Here's Pads Ablaze. Gareth watched on Stan Sport. I'm in Oz. And there's only one way we can get any rugby. Says Hanoi, and been looking on YouTube, and Pads has said he's seen a few full match replays, Pads, or just highlights of the game. Root, 9 balls faced, 6 runs. So even though he's recently made his way to the middle, with that boundary that he was able to get early, it has helped him still keep that strike rate going nicely. I should mention Mitchell Marsh now, the one who is bowling, and another single taken by Joe Root takes him now up to 7. Once that number for England becomes less than that 100, first of all, though, less than that 150, they will start to slowly build in confidence. I highly doubt England will get to this total, though, without losing at least, I'd say, 3 more wickets minimum. So there's still a bit in it for both sides. Why didn't you ask? I got you, says Grant. Is Cameron Green injured or dropped? He was injured, so he was dropped. So a little bit of both. But Mitchell Marsh coming in and doing very nicely as the replacement. It's possible to watch the rugby aspect of your team at the time of when the brandy and adrenaline flowing, says Gareth. And I asked twice, says Gareth. Of Australian supporters in attendance. Not seeing Merv Hughes in that group by the looks of it. Like I mentioned earlier on, for this day of cricket, that's a great backwards cut from Crawley. He now moves up to 40 runs on the board. But yeah, it seems to be that Crawley is going to be aggressive throughout this innings. And it's going to be useful for the English because if the pitch eventually is going to lead to wickets falling, they might as well try and get those runs while they are there and while they're available. Don't you ever sleep bug? Great work again, says Jalabi. Not on weekends anyway. We got a little bit of sleep in between days, but yeah, to sleep a little bit later than I would have liked. And also, I guess, up a little bit earlier than I would have liked as well. There you go, full South Africa versus Australia replay. Says Better Blaze. Sorry, brother, I missed that, says Grant. Now it is going to be the drinks break, sitting at 11:05 p.m. New Zealand time. I assume they're going an extra 20 minutes. Maybe. In this session. I'm just going to have a quick look. See what the score is in the Fiji versus Italy game. I know that Fiji did have themselves a decent lead, which is great to see. That they are going to be able to pick themselves up the victory because they're a side that have been working hard. The Fijians just haven't quite had the results go their way. Argentina play Japan very soon. Same with New Zealand versus Australia. Fiji won it 41 points to 26. And that means that on Friday night at 10 p.m., they will be playing up against the winner of Argentina versus Japan. So it could be Fiji versus Argentina. That's a good game. We might have to cover that one on the channel. My phone is starting to get a little bit slow, I have noticed, but I think that is because I am still using an old phone that has been working for a long time and also has hundreds of hours worth of footage that we have recorded on it and moved away. So does KLA sit on the bench, sit on the box bench, or start over Mapimpi, even though that's left wing, says Hanoi. Although Kurtley Orinsa, I think he did play was he number 14 or number 11 in the most recent game? I think he was number 11, wasn't he, with Kanamudi and number 14? Or was it the other way around? But I would probably still have Mapimpi starting just because they will want to get him some minutes under his belt rather than just having Kurtley Orinsa in form. I think they'll want Mapimpi to have a little bit of a crack at international level as well. They are just showing the replay there of the Mitchell Starc dismissal. A brilliant one indeed. Will Aussie bowling line his impact now without Nathan Lyon? I mean, Murphy doesn't seem to be going too badly. Of course, it will take him a little bit to adjust back into the international scene. But yeah, from what I've seen, he's not a bad spinner overall. All right, we all go like this, and like this. Here we go. 40 or 52 balls here for Zach Crawley. Joe Root sitting on 7 off 10. Yeah, I think you're right. He's got on the left side a lot, says Hanoi. Yeah, I think that they'll end up playing Mapimpi, and then, who knows, maybe Orinsa gets himself a spot off the bench, although I feel like he would be much more of a player who you'd start rather than have coming off the bench later in a game. But me and Rugby Itch, we recently actually recorded our starting lineup and reserves predictions. That video will be coming out tomorrow morning, New Zealand time, just because we're not too sure when the Springboks are going to announce their team up against the All Blacks, and we want to make sure that we get that out before they do announce it. Up, Joe Root, looking for the ball. Couldn't find it there for half a second. And that Joe Root's not looking extremely calm throughout his innings. Mapimpi is probably out of the World Cup squad, in my opinion. Still a great winner, but Moody, Kurtley Orinsa, Colby Creel are all out of done mention that Mapimpi doesn't, says Gareth. Steve Smith in the background, still fielding at second slip here Now Scott Boland charges in, outside of off stump, left alone again. No ball. Extra run that they can't really afford to be given away here, Australia. Scott Boland. Root sitting on 7. Had the one big boundary so far and then a few singles alongside it. Maybe a little bit low for Scott Boland there. I've said high. We cover the whole day. As the CES can be over today, CES coding. We are still pretty undecided, to be honest. I haven't really worked out what the plan is for today because I know that Irish versus South African game is taking place for the under 20s, but I think more than likely we will be covering the cricket for a majority of the day. I'd like to think that this game would still be going at the time that Ireland play New Zealand, or sorry, play South Africa. But if they're not, then that either means that England have really sped up or Australia have managed to get themselves a lot of quick wickets. The modern game actually, or kind of dictates that your wingers let's see, fullbacks. I think Pimpy is still first choice. His form needs to fall off a cliff to lose his place. Says Grant, I think he's out, mate. I really do. Crowd at Headingley, nice and full. For this test match, 169 more runs to win. Local time is 12:10 a.m. Sorry, p.m. now. Solid again from Root. Doesn't seem to be in any hurry. He knows that there is plenty of time left in this test match. Knows that Crawley at the other end is the more aggressive of the two batsmen. Is Oz New Zealand tonight also in the under-20s? It is. It is actually starting in 50 minutes' time. That one, so not too far away from it taking place. And with Willie now being used as a second receiver, the wings are going to need to be able to fall back into fullback, says Gareth. Oh, no. Chunk of the leather ball has been taken out there by the looks of it. Now, I think they're looking to change this ball here. Because that is not flash on them, unfortunately. Why did that ball get roughed up? There's no, this is going to be a newer ball for Australia by the looks of it. This may be hugely beneficial now for the Aussies. This might be a changing moment in this test match. How did that get roughed up? How did it end up with a massive chunk out of the seam pointing upwards? As of now, how many teams actually or actively play rugby all over the world? Well, you think this number will increase or decrease? Probably will increase with the Rugby World Cup just around the corner, but you probably got, I want to say a good 50 international teams or maybe even 100 international teams, maybe not between 50 and 100 playing very often. And just to keep that one out. Commentators say maybe the abrasive pitch has caused the problem there. Sandpaper in his pocket, says Nazi Williams. Yeah, it looked like such a big divot for the ball without it hitting anything prominent, if that makes sense. Off the outside edge already with this ball, but it goes on the outside of Steve Smith. 4 runs for Joe Root. Take them at the end of the over. 86 points to 2. Well, sorry, 86 runs for 2 wickets. And Bowler needs a wicket or 2 to help out after a dry second test. There's Annoy. And back in. Soft hands from Joe Root, though. That meant that it rolled along the ground. Steve Smith missing it in the slips. That's something you don't see too often as a Smith midfield. Cameras will be on Steve Smith, says coding. So far in this session, we've seen 59 runs scored, 2 wickets falling. Makes sense, mate, says Nazzy Williams. So they needed 251. So ideally, England will want to get around, I would say, around that 75 mark in this session. Or any more than 75, I should say, because if they get more than 75, as long as we have no rain, the runs should be chased down by the end of today, or the wicket should be taken by the end of today. I really, really doubt that this is going to go to a 5th day, which is probably a good thing in some regards because there is a lot of rain around in the near future. England session so far, says Gareth. Okay, he must have hit it. I'll behave. I was given that one as out, but maybe going down leg as well. Did they give Crawley runs? No, I think it is leg by, so it must have just been drifting down leg. I thought it looked pretty good. To be honest, this is why I'm not an umpire, or this is why I am always surprised when my team allow me to umpire, because I end up giving everything out. And that 20s New Zealand versus Oz game be okay, says Nazzy Williams. It should be a good matchup. Bit of a trans-Tasman battle between the two sides. And it's playing off for that 5th place position, isn't it? Now Marsh pushed at it. Joe Root manages to get it through the gap. They'll take the single. Down towards deep third man. That commentator's got to be very careful saying what he just said, because it sounded almost close to another word, which if he had changed a couple letters, it could have been a very bad one to say. Pretty much he was talking about how often Zach Crawley nicks the ball. So he called him that with ER on the end. That's gone beautifully towards the boundary for Zach Crawley. Off the front foot, cover drive. Got that little bit of extra height as well, so he uses that full standing up shot. What word can you reveal? I mean, I kind of described it there. It's just, yeah, got to be making sure you get the right letters in the middle, or else you get yourself in trouble. Crawley now. These runs are massively helpful. Marsh has gone for 12 so far off his 1.2 overs. Oh, that's the edge though. And he's gone. The wicket of Mitchell Marsh. And that is now going to be Crawley gone just before he gets his 50. That's not the wicket that Australia... Well, that's the wicket that Australia wanted. It's not the wicket that England wanted though. Now I think Harry Brook will be the next man who makes his way to the middle. Just chased a slightly wider ball. Gonski says Hanoi. Just did enough for Mitchell Marsh. He was celebrating it. He actually forgot to look back. Who was the commentator? It is the Australian one. Like, he didn't say anything bad, I should mention. 1G, YouTube 1G, the country, YouTube. That's what I was saying. Says Gareth. Got him, says Nazzy Williams, and Gonski says Hanoi. That's a big wicket as well for the Australians, because 158 runs is still not easy to get. That's still a relatively big innings ahead of them. At 93 for 3. Of course, we've got to remember one of those wickets was Moeen Ali. The next man to the middle will be Harry Brook, followed by Stokes and Bairstow. I think those boys are definitely going to have to get at least 100 of these runs up their side towards the total. It's a little bit concerning, though, because now that Crawley's out, I think both of the batsmen might be a little bit slower scoring, although Harry Brook doesn't really know how to score slowly. He would much rather go at around that 80 for his strike rate, and he is now running his way out onto the field. Still should be England's game, surely, says Gareth. Well, tell you what, Gareth, we will have a geese at the odds and see what the TAB is saying. I would think it's going to be relatively even. Crawley is so inconsistent, he never makes it count. Just gets out at crucial situations, says coding. Sounds like a lot of ex-English openers, doesn't it? Of course, not the ones from back in the day. They were not too bad. England $1.31. Australia $3.10. Crawley getting 40 as a bonus, says Gareth. Yeah, helping them out towards that total. Brook, if he can get himself a 50 here, hugely impactful. He's going to be on strike, facing off with Mitchell Marsh, two slips, and the gully. Here comes Marsh just outside of off stump again, getting it to move away. And 310. That's not bad, says Hanoi. The draw in this one sitting $166. Worth putting the life savings on, I would say. Please don't take that as a serious statement. No one should back the draw from here. The only way we're getting a draw at this stage is if for some reason the rain just stays around and keeps on going, or if they actually get bowled out needing one run to win. I'm an idiot when it comes to odds. In all honesty, what does $3.10 even mean? Pretty much I'll just get the percentages. But I would say with the way that that sits, they're saying that Australia have about a 30% chance of winning compared to England's 70%. The odds, or sorry, the percentages for this one at the moment, Australia 27.5% likely, England 72%, and then the draw is sitting 0.5. Outside the off stump, Wallabies tackle their own players instead. Says Blues Nate. If you bet $10, you win back 31, so 21 profit. It's annoying. That is the end of a very good Mitchell Marsh over. And he has been relatively expensive, Mitchell Marsh. So to get that wicket alongside it, I'm sure he'll be more than happy about it. But Crawley, he was frustrated. $157 more runs still required. All the English here. Australia. I've got Scott Boland continuing his spell, 4 runs and over. He's been going for. And Harry Brook, the big question mark with him is how aggressive are we going to see him be throughout this innings? Blue sky surrounding Headingley. It sounds like we're not going to have too much rain at all for today, which means that they should get a relatively full day of play. And the last day of this test match, short ball from Boland, caught right on the end of the bat of Harry Brook. Nowhere near the middle. They're just talking about what do you do with Mitchell Marsh in this next game. Oh, the odds at the moment for the actual win predictor for Sky Sports is 53% for England and 40 cents for Australia, or sorry, 46 for Australia and 1% for the draw. Dave Rennie be laughing now. They said it was the problem, says Blues Nate. So it's 3-1 that Australia will win. Pretty much, yeah. Just saying about how they've gone years without an all-rounder, and now Australia have got the potential of having 2 all-rounders. Now they're showing David Warner, saying whether or not he actually gets himself a spot in this next test match. And Boland, third ball of his over. 2 slips still in play. That one was cutting back inwards towards Harry Brook. 157, still looking big, to be honest. Like, they need to cut that down less than 100 before it gets really within reach. And Warner's been pretty hopeless, says Hanoi. I just checked the rain map in the UK, and there's still plenty of rain about, says Peter. So, yeah, it seems to be at the moment that for now there is the sun, but as we know in England, it can completely change in an instance. Harris does not like England. Do you not like England as in the cricket team or just the country in general, Harris? Go Oz. Who's your favourite Australian cricketer, by the way? Do let me know. Nice drive from Harry Brook. Well fielded, though, by Marnus Labuschagne. He's probably an honourable mention in that regard. So does that mean if you bet one money on England, you're winning, or on winning, you get 1.7 money back? So in that case, you would get 3.1 money back for England to win. Does that make sense? So yeah, you bet one money, you get 3.1 money back. Oh, sorry, yeah, 1.31 for England, sorry, rather than Australia. And sun could be gone in 5 minutes and back in 30 minutes, says Hensel. Yeah, the beauty of the English summer, eh? At least the temperature's relatively nice. Here in New Zealand, we're still sitting around that 5 degrees Celsius, so nice to have a bit of sun around. My parents, they were going to go golfing today, but the bad weather, it was just a bit too wet. Might end up going on Tuesday instead. I might go out for a bit of a hit. Got myself some new golf clubs a couple months ago, bought them off a policeman. Had to pick them up from the station, which was interesting. That'll be the end of the Open, 94 for three. I can say that it was the first time I've been addressed by a police officer as golf club guy, which is fun. And so, why would you get money profit on the most likely outcome? I think the reasoning behind it is that pretty much the people who are backing the unlikely outcome, they are paying for you, if that makes sense. A little bit. I thought you bought the golf bets from the drug dealers. No, no, the drug dealers, I think they got taken away by the cops. I didn't see him in the station when I was there. Yeah, got the golf clubs off the police officer, which I'd hope they weren't the drug dealers. I reckon a wallaby could turn into a 7 foot kangaroo. Australian kangaroos mini success, says Nate. It's a question and a half, isn't it, Nate? Can a wallaby turn into kangaroo? Oh, Glamorgan have got Michael Nessa at the moment, giving him a little bit of time to play for them. Interesting. Imagine he pulled you up for a car issue while you were there, says Hanoi. You missed the drug dealers, eh? Says Gareth. Yeah, didn't see them while I was down there. Ooh, poppy off the surface there for Mitchell Marsh. Just a little bit of extra bounce. Going quite nicely. Yeah, so Glamorgan up against Leicester. Michael Nessa gets the opportunity. And Gareth, because there's always a chance of an upset, so it's still a risk, says Hanoi. And yeah, normally the people backing the more likely option, sometimes their money pays for the underdog option. It all works out nicely, but I think betting companies do make money because people are betting both options and then it kind of goes even. Why isn't George drug dealer? You bet there's money to be made. And why Maddie says, Gareth, I think we've already got enough of them around here. But George, I mean, he could probably sell like chocolate milk. We were actually, at one point, like a year ago, we were like, we should make Kiwi lads chocolate milk. But then we had no idea how we would do that. So he just went and bought a chocolate milk and he drank it. It was as far as that extent of our business plan went. That was around the time that we were fizzifying chocolate milk. Anyone who's seen that video certainly has been through the Kiwi Lads archives. Off the outside edge, diving chance for Steve Smith. Got the hand to it, but wasn't able to take it. In fact, it was Usman Khawaja who almost was able to clean it up. Richmond, there's Blues Nate. How close was this for Usman Khawaja? It was a diving catch attempt. Oh no, it was off the bounce. Unlucky for the Australians. A good bit of work from Usman Khawaja to get the hand to it, to slow it down enough that Steve Smith was able to grab it and keep it to just the single. Now Brook still on strike, 1 off 8. Nice bit of away movement there for Marsh. He's getting some very good shape on the ball currently. Commentator has just said, can we have the old ball back, please? This new ball's certainly doing more than the old one, that is for sure. So, however, that ball ended up getting a massive divot out of its seam has heavily benefited the Australians. Not sure how. Pat Cummins, he was just picking at his nails. Wonder if he was picking at it. Probably not. Not allowed to do that. Not if you get caught anyway. The chocolate milk in the SodaStream video is all kinds of ridiculous. True. But, fun fact, it wasn't as ridiculous as it could have been, or ridiculousness as it could have been, as we had a second camera angle. that we didn't end up having used because George was editing it and he couldn't find the other angle, but he didn't ask for it, so he couldn't find it there. And someone put $200,000 on an AFL game here for an almost guaranteed win by the favourite and the profit of 10K. So it was a huge risk for a return of 10K. Favourites almost lost in the end, says Annoy. I'm having some serious machinations about dealing in Waimeti now, says Gareth. No, there's not enough people, to be honest. There's like 4, and one of them's like older in terms of like the people living here. So there wouldn't be any market for it, I wouldn't say, that I can think of. I've recently become quite obsessed, not with drugs, I should mention. That's a great shot from Mary Brook. Down the ground, 4 runs. I've become obsessed with using the self-service checkout at the supermarket because we recently got those here and those things are fancy. I only recently worked out, though, that if you put the bag on the side, you can actually declare it as a bag because I bring my own bag to the supermarket because they don't have any. So you go to the supermarket and then it gets confused and it's like for an item in the bagging area. What if you put in the bagging and then the sirens go off in the shop and you feel like you've stolen something? But really, it's just the fact that you brought a bag. Whoa, that ball went a long way from bowling. That's got to have hit a crack or something with the way that it's come back in. Going to be called as a buy. Managed to scamper through for the single. Are they great? Easy to steal, says Annoy. Well, the self-service ones, nah, not here. One of customers is also about to give birth to Hamish's not child, says Grant. Nah, she live up the road a bit more than that in the small town of Waimeti. But yeah, it's a weird situation at the checkout because no matter what I do, now even when I say that I've got a bag, it still tries to alarm it and goes. Whoop, 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 whoop. And the thing is, I have like family members, like not family, like close family, but kind of slightly distant to her family who work there. So every time if they're supervising, I have to be like, broke it again. But I went like 4 days in a row trying to work out the system. Some would say I have too much free time. Just zooming in on the umpire at the moment. Not sure why. No, Hamish, those oldies will be Oxy and Prozac all day long, says Gareth. Now, Boland, nicely done. Not that I do, but many people weigh the expensive tomatoes for the cheapest apple instead. Type 1 avocado when they brought 4. Ah, I see. I guess it's one of those ones. It does take a lot of honesty in that checkout, doesn't it? But then if you get caught, then you're in trouble. I know that George, he was talking about it a while ago, how he had, like what was it? I'm trying to remember exactly what he said on live stream, but it was to do with the fact that he had 3 bags or so from home and got another bag from there to buy, but they didn't scan that bag, and then he got trespassed for a year for shoplifting because he had one of the extra bags that he didn't pay for when he bought like probably $100 and something worth of groceries. But because there was a bag that didn't get scanned, he got pulled up for shoplifting. So that was weird. That was the old owner, though. He was a bit of a wrong, and some people would say more money to be made in prescription drugs than illegal drugs. My 2 cents to the world, says Gareth. Nicely fielded by Marnus Levishane again. For real? So he got taken to the back room? No, it wasn't even the back room, just at the front checkout. The next time he was in, the guy was like, you stole the bag. And then George was like, well, can I just pay for the bag then? Like, I bought a whole heap of other stuff and paid for it, so can I just pay for the bag? And the guy was like, no, not allowed to. So yeah, that was interesting. All well fielded by Mitchell Marsh. George is a criminal. That's why I love the man. There's Grant. You have the drug companies that want to keep people sick. Says Peter. It's going to be the end of the over. It is 102 for 3. I had a moment earlier on today. This isn't really to do with the cricket, but we've got ads at the moment, so I can talk about it. I didn't realise that prize giving the word actually is what it is. When prizes are given. Enough about drugs, maybe, says Derek. Derek does not like drugs. That's a good way to be, Derek, I have to say. Please do not use that D word in the chat. No, I'm joking. Joe Root at the moment sitting on 14 off 26. I think Gareth is trying to work out his next business venture. Are you free tomorrow at 4 p.m.? 4 p.m. I think I'll be up the road. If I'm not wrong, I think we're going on a family road trip, 30 minutes away. Just a mini road trip. Nice swing and ball from Joe Root, or to Joe Root. Mitchell Marsh. 148 more runs to win now, England. Now to cut it down less than the 150. I'm not meaning the big farms. So people don't need a subscription. I see. But isn't that like illegal? I worked in a supermarket for a while. Some clever customers, I would use a thick black texter and cover the barcode on items, meat, etc. It cancels the alarm on it. I did not know that. Nicely played by Harry Brook again. Mitchell Marsh, he's been bowling relatively well. He did start off a little bit more expensive. Ever since he got that wicket, he has been looking a lot more dangerous. Ever since that ball got switched over, to be fair. Doing State of Origin next week by any chance? Yep, that is the plan. So me and Dad, we are going to be doing it on Wednesday night. Even though it's not a decider anymore, it's still, we're going to see how it goes. We're hoping to see a bit more of a closer game than the last one. And worst comes to worst, if it does go to punches, hopefully a better one than Josh Adokar threw, because his one was a bit shocking, to be fair. But Root at the moment sitting on 15 runs off 27 deliveries. It's building into his innings quite nicely. Brook as well, 15. Balls faced 7 runs. Still got another, I'd say, 40 minutes left of this session, or maybe even 45. So this is where Australia needs to try and pick up another wicket relatively soon. Root works it off his pads for the one again. And Call Your Dad got good knowledge on the league. Says Nazzy Williams. It's legally great. Says Gareth looks a good day for batting out there. Says Hanoi. Yeah, the pitch hasn't done a huge amount so far for today. It seems like the new ball certainly has done a lot more on the surface. Like we saw that one delivery of Scotty Boland, but it seems to be a lot more swing is the factor rather than the seam movement. This one, Drew Jerome Luai replaced for who? Says Nate. That is going to be hit to the leg, or sorry, to the offside. Down to deep point again. $19 runs for Marsh, and they're gone with Cody. Is that Cody? Oh, it's not Cody Vi, is it? What's the fella's name? The last name. Is it Cody Vi? No, it might not be. Cody Walker, is it? I predict that league are we the most popular Kiwi or popular in Kiwi land within the next 10 years? Sad state of affairs, says Grant. You think we should be doing rugby league rather than rugby union, Grant? Oh, Root. Another nice cover drive, but goes straight out to, once again, Labuschagne. His hands are getting a fair workout today. Already fielded plenty. Into the Marsh over, though. 106 for 3. We haven't seen a huge amount of boundaries coming from the English in this last little patch. I think the bowlers have been relatively economical. The only real times we're seeing the boundaries is actually off the edge. That man is... Are you allowed to vape in a stadium? Because I know you're not allowed to smoke in a stadium, are you? But are you allowed to vape in a stadium? If not, he has just been unfortunately caught on live TV. Those men are dressed as clowns. Now Boland continues his bowling. Nice drive from Harry Brook. Got into position nice and early. Kept that body weight. Beautiful shot. Didn't try and overhit the ball either. Just set up early. We're getting to see the slow motion. The footwork was good, stepping out to the ball. Just plays it beautifully. Especially in Auckland. There's Brandon in there. And yep, there's Brandon. Now Scott Boland. I mentioned how we hadn't seen a boundary in a while, and Of course, the very next ball, we do see one. Slash and shot this time from Harry Brook. That's going to be back-to-back boundaries. Commentators curse strikes again. He now moves up to 16 runs off 18 deliveries, and the total for England now required goes down to 137 runs. Bowling, like they say on the commentary, he'll be disappointed with that one for just giving him that chance. Harry Brook being able to open up the face of the bat. Looks like he's in decent nick at the moment, and as long as he doesn't go out playing a silly shot, a quick fire 50 could be on the cards. And then from here, if he got this 50, that gives England only around that 100 runs to require. Khawaja gone out of the catching position, gone deep on the offside now to try and save maybe 1 or 2 runs. Played by Brook. Soft hands. Getting it straight into the ground. I'm wondering whether or not Todd Murphy will even get a bowl today. I'd like to think so. They've just actually mentioned about him, how maybe you've got to go with him sooner rather than later because when it's under 100, they might not want to risk that. England must win this test today, says Dion. Derek was madman. Sorry, Derek. Says Gareth. I was a bro, you truly gifted at that commentator curse. It's freaky, like special powers. Gonna be hit down the ground. No run taken this time for the Aussies. Or sorry, for the English. Are you covering cricket in the Olympics, says Brandon? Probably not, to be honest. We'll probably be doing, we've got the rugby sevens, of course, but who knows? Maybe we'll get a little bit of cricket. Although last Olympics, I think it ended up being relatively similar timing. So that makes it a little bit tricky, but we'll hopefully be doing more than just the rugby sevens at the Olympics. So perhaps we could try and get a bit of the cricket in. Nicely defended again by Brook. And that one trying to hit it straight into the ground. Aussie need a few quick wickets here and fast. Says Pads Ablaze, otherwise England have got this game in the bag. I'm just looking at that. 137 more runs needed to win. So if England lose 2 more wickets in quick succession here, they will be in the scenario of being half of their wickets down with still more than half the runs required. And then in that case, you'd almost go more in favour of Australia. But as long as they get down to half the runs required or only needing 100 with still 7 wickets in the shed, it'll be absolutely massive for them. But currently, we have still got another 40 minutes or so remaining in session number 1. 136 more runs required for the English to pick themselves up the first victory of this Ashes series. Like what I said, says Pads Ablaze. Mitchell Stark coming back into the bowling attack. And yo, you cricket homies looking at their Hamish, says Ruth. Hello, Ruth. You are doing well. I have to say, watching all this cricket really makes me want to start pre-training for cricket, I would say, in terms of I want to get a lot more fit so that I can run 2 runs without pretty much pulling every muscle in my legs. That's the goal anyway. So relatively soon, we're going to be firing up into a little bit of fitness so we can run for a little bit longer. Hello, Roof. Missed you last night. I'm so sad. I've been working and missed the exciting stuff. Aussies, come on, bowl them out. There's Roof there. But after 25 overs at the moment, England have been going at around that 4.5 and over. Being relatively aggressive. I actually thought Atler was you for some reason. There's Gareth. Pitched up. Nice shot from Harry Brook. Gets it wide of the field, and that is another 4 runs for him. He is now starting to find that free-flowing play that he is used to. Cuts it down to 132 now. Great shot. Off the front foot, just wide of Usman Khawaja. Gareth, great stuff. Bok kicked Aussie sweet asses yesterday. Also, hey, says Roof. He's got his momentum back here by the looks of it. And then All Blacks kick Puma's asses, says Roof. Yo, Roof. Nah, come on, England. Says Blues, Nate. Run rate at the moment from the last 7 balls is 13 runs. Pretty impressive, but that is a nice delivery from Mitchell Stark. Bring it back just a little bit closer to Harry Brook. We did still try and go for the drive. Might just be a matter of time before you manage to find that outside edge of Brook. A little bit further back on the length for Stark. Where does he decide to put this one now? Stark, 2 balls bowled, 1 boundary. Pitched up, that was swinging in very nicely. I think it may have even had a bit of seam as well. What's happening there on that cricket field? Been some hot-headed stuff going on with those batters and bowlers. There's Ruth. Just showing that diving catch from Marnus Labuschagne in the first test match. Well, in fact, that was the second test match, I believe. So whether or not they go to Murphy soon, maybe have Stark and Murphy as the combination, could be a decent option. The commentator in the box is saying that Cummins should be trying his off spinner about now, rather than leaving it too late. In a minute, maybe about 4 or 5 overs before lunch. That is if the session is slightly extended, which I believe it is. Hey, Nate, brother, rocking it at work Sunday. Great to see you all here. Here's Ruth. Tom Murphy, I don't know whether or not. Oh, here we go. The revised session. So the first session will end at 12:15 New Zealand time. So that is in 30 minutes' time. The afternoon session is going to end at 4:10. Oh, I think I only just got that screenshot in. Yeah, I did. It's blurry, but we got it in just in time. And the afternoon session will be from 1:55 local time to 4:10, which is 3:10 New Zealand time, which is actually past when that Springboks or Baby Box game take on Ireland. And check Amish's Super Sublime commentary. Give that rock on. There's Roof there. Yeah, 30 minutes to lunch. I think it is about the time to bring in the spinner. Yes, he might go for a few runs, but if he can get a couple wickets alongside that, might be worth it. I'm Stark again. Next stream is, says Gareth. Well, that is a little bit dependent on what happens for this Ashes test match, that is, but single off the last ball. Harry Brook now back on strike for the next over. 120 for 3. Yeah, I would have liked to do that game between Ireland and South Africa. It does start at 2:30 AM New Zealand time, which is currently 2 hours, 30 minutes away. And I have a feeling unless Australia gets some quick fire wickets back to back to back, I don't see them losing enough wickets or getting the runs quick enough that we would be able to do the start of that game, unfortunately. But I think unfortunately we might have to miss that one, and instead this might finish about maybe 15 minutes after kickoff, but yeah, it does seem like more than likely it will be just that little bit after. Pat Cummins, they are talking about if you want a job done right, do it yourself. And he's brought himself into the bowling attack. Pop a link in our group. If you don't mind, I'm out at the pub for a bit. Says Gareth, no worries. So if we do end up getting it all scheduled and everything, we will send it through. That's going to be nicely done by Harry Brook. Works it down towards deep third man. They will get themselves the 2 runs. I'm happy with Cummins. It's fabulous. Warner's losing his touch. Not many runs there. There's Rev. Yeah, if you were going to drop either of the openers, I think you would end up dropping Warner. Keep Usman Khawaja in there. But yeah, I don't think you'd keep Warner for the next one. Definitely if you want to keep Marsh in that side, because it's a bit tricky with so many players going in and out. Cummins outside the off stump, doesn't carry to Warner. Just short. Alex Carey with a full stretch dive, wasn't able to get to the ball. It was just short. Captain Magnificent Cummins must be best captain since Ricky Ponting, says Ruth. At the moment, it's the number 1 test side in the world. What is this? It looks like the ball get a bit of it taken off again. Pushed at it, Alex Carey who is not going to be carrying to David Warner. Could Alex Carey have got half a stretch more? No, it did bounce short of him, unfortunately. Now Brook does decide to leave that one this time when it is outside of the off stump. Or practices a shot as if he was going to slash at it as well. A man 19 metres away, 20 metres and 22 metres for David Warner, so relatively far back in the setup. As Cummins really the captain though, says Grant? Good question. Pat Cummins again. Must feel that he is the man to get that breakthrough. It's a short ball, brilliantly played by Harry Brook, but there is a man in the deep. Murphy does keep it to just a single, but now it will be Root versus Cummins, and I believe that may be the reasoning behind bringing Cummins into the bowling attack, or him bringing himself in, is because he has had a pretty decent record against Joe Root in recent times. Umpire doing very well to dodge that one. It was hit pretty quickly out in his direction. Now, Root, this is actually the first ball he's faced in quite some time. We have seen a lot more of Harry Brook on strike, down the leg side. A bit of keeping from Alex Carey. For that in-swinging Yorker, just straight, a little bit wider though for Pat Cummins. And who knows, baby, he's my captain, oh captain, Dead Poets Society, says Roof. And why do they have heaps of pitches near the boundary line? Pretty much the reasoning behind all of those practice wickets is because normally what they'll do for the players, if they are having like a net session or something, they will put one, like a big net around it. And then they use those practice pitches. But also they are sometimes, they're the preparation wickets for the future. That is a nice bit of work there because depending on the ground, sometimes those are the pitches that get dropped in. But whether or not they actually get dropped into the ground that they're at, sometimes they actually get transferred to a different ground. Who knows? I know I read that one, and I am busy week for a useless, a ruthless, a rake, and the hours, says Blues Nate. Is that a robot's arm? Maybe? It looks like a robot's arm. I'm going to put it up on the screen to check. Yeah, it is a mechanical arm. And Warner's had a very strange match. Thought he would 100 or get 100. That's life, says Roof. Like transplanted ones, says annoy a little bit, but then also for when they want to practice wicket to be able to, I guess, get a feel for the conditions, how the ball's going to move and everything along those lines. They use one of those practice wickets as the warm-up net type thing, rather than having the nets off to the side like some of the grounds have. Rock back on strike to Mitchell Stark. Cuts that one close to him. Well fielded by Mitchell Marsh. In the gully, 124 to go for England. Robot arm, says Blues Nate. And they did that at the MCG once, says Hanoi. Near the English crowd just starting to fire up again here. I can tell that we aren't a mile off the chance for England to get that little bit closer. The fact that at this stage Ben Stokes has not made his way to the middle, he will be the next batsman out there though if there is another wicket that does end up falling. Alongside him, they've still got Johnny Bairstow as an option, Mark Wood, Chris Wokes, Robinson and Broad. That was a bit of a nothing shot there from Harry Brook. England should win back-to-back test. It'll be fun to watch the final then, says Nathorino. Another Pommy's going to make it, says Roof. At the moment, they're looking good. But normally with my commentator's curse, that means that more than likely they will lose a wicket relatively soon, unfortunately. Yeah, just a little dabble at it for Harry Brook. They're not really necessary to play at that ball. Did decide to go after it. Almost ended up costing him his wicket. Stark, just on about that fourth or fifth line. We'll get back for the 2 runs. Nice run in between the wickets for England again. With still 20 minutes remaining in this session, there is a chance that we do see about 20 runs scored. So they could need 100 in the next session would be more than doable. They have already got themselves the 100 runs in this session. The next one, it is going to be an extended session. Well, I should mention this, like this. There we go. Just asking the question of whether or not Stark would consider round the wicket to Harry Brook to try and keep that ball that little bit straighter. That one to cut back in, although that is once again another very good ball, but well defended by Brook. Most important part for England here is not to lose any of those wickets before the start. And Oz and New Zealand doing anthems now, said annoy. Actually, now that I think about it, I'm hoping this doesn't break the stream, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm going to use the screen that I normally don't, because normally when I use it, stuff starts crashing, but I've since plugged into a wired connection, so I'm hoping that will help. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put up that game over on that screen. A bit of a multi-system going on. Good ball again from Mitchell Stark, nice and pitched up. Well fielded again by Australia. Whereabouts is it? That game has taken place. The cricket final, or the qualifications final between Netherlands and Sri Lanka has taken place. There we go. Watch from live. Put the sound on mute. There we go. We got it on the other screen as well. We're a bit fancy. Todd Murphy, they are showing him again. He's got to be close, doesn't he, to getting the opportunity with the ball in hand, just to try and create that chance. I think they're worried that he might concede too many runs, but that might be the case with the pace bowlers as well here. Love from India, says Harsh. Welcome in, mate. If you are enjoying this test match so far, Harry Brook, once again with the soft hands, end of the 28th over, 128 for 3. So Brook is getting a replacement here. Maybe just getting himself a drink at this point. In the first innings, we saw Ben Stokes, leading run scorer for the English with 80 runs on the board. Travis Head got 77 for Australia. Crawley, 44, was actually the highest in this innings. And then Mitchell Marsh with that 118 in his first innings. Very impressive from him. But Brook is slowly closing in on that Zach Crawley 44. And same with Joe Root, to be honest. He's sitting on 20 off 31. He's just been lacking a little bit of the strike in the last little while. Now Joe Root, he is on strike this time to Pat Cummins, a man who has got him out twice so far throughout this Ashes series. Aussies want the wicket. The English want the partnership, which is currently ticking up towards that 50-run mark. Cummins outside of off stump. Joe Root playing it off the back foot. Gets a single down to point. Moment, the under 20 All Blacks side, they are doing the haka. Anyone curious about that game? Would you guys like updates in terms of the score of that one, or would you prefer to be able to watch the game after without me spoiling the result? Do let me know, because I believe we will be live on this live stream a majority of the time that their match has taken place. At the moment, England 73% chance of winning this test match, Australia 26%. Cummins up again, Brook, forward defensive. Very still when he plays that shot. That bat looks like it's been through quite a bit for Harry Brook. The middle is a little bit cracked by the looks of it, but had a very good middle throughout this Ashes series, if it is still the same one that he has been using, although he did lose his wicket early on in the first innings of this test match. I don't mind updates, says Hanoi. Cummins again outside off. Just trying to base it on about that fifth stumped line. Looked like he was actually sending a fielder back on the leg side. So I would say that we're going to see a short ball in the very near future from Pat Cummins, just to test out Harry Brook. And the last time he bowled a short ball, he played the pull shot absolutely brilliantly. They'll be hoping that he ends up getting it slightly wrong. Three balls remaining of the Cummins over. That one was pitched up. Great straight drive from Harry Brook. Cut off well by Marsh. Labuschagne, who once again has saved the boundary down the ground. But Brook now moves up to 28. I have to say, the technique is there for Harry Brook. The hand getting to it, Cummins as well. That might have also helped slow it down enough to keep it to the single. 120 more to win. I don't think they'll quite get it down to 100 needed by the end of this session. Short ball, Joe Root. I think that's a glove. I think that's him out. And for the third time, Joe Root has been dismissed by Pat Cummins in this Ashes series, and that is a game-changing wicket back. The English number 4. In fact, he was batting number 5 today, was he? No, he was in number 4. He has been dismissed, Joe Root, and that now means that Ben Stokes will be at the crease just before the lunch break. But Cummins gets him out. A little bit of a under glove down the leg side. Cummins, some would say it wasn't the best ball, but maybe it was the perfect ball to be able to dismiss Joe Root as he chased after it. The crowd are silent. And now 131 for 4. This next 15 minutes is very important now for this English innings. Well, big wicket, not Joe's day today either. Here comes Ben Stokes. He gets a round of applause no matter where he walks. Walks into a McDonald's to get his fillet of fish like he normally would after an Ashes test match and gets a standing ovation. And he is actually currently getting a standing ovation as he makes his way out to the middle. Could get interesting, says Grant. Certainly could. Nervous times for both of these two sides. Australia, though, they would have felt like with that wicket, they've now taken the momentum back. New Zealand playing Australia and the under-20s. They're 1 minute into the contest. Seen a few familiar faces, including the youngster, I believe that is Noah Hotham. He was playing for the Crusaders not too long ago now, getting himself the opportunity throughout the under-20s competition. Ben Stokes to the middle, and he will be facing one delivery from Pat Cummins now. I've just said he's done it 4 years ago. Can he do it again? I'm nervous for this first ball because, we've seen some great deliveries in cricket over the years, and we've seen some great players dismissed for a golden duck. I've got the weirdest feeling that this is going to be Ben Stokes. I hope not, but it's just got that real weird feel about this ball. It's either going to be a wide one that he can leave, or it's going to be right on the money from Pat Cummins. Charges into the crease now. Down the leg side. Okay, that's relieved some of my nerves. It's nicely whipped by Ben Stokes, and this is going to be at least 2 runs here by the looks of it. It's actually going to be 4. What a brilliant shot from the English skipper. A first delivery that he has faced, but that will be the end of the over. An eventful one. He did manage to see the wicket. Hey, there's a try for Macca Springer in the New Zealand versus Australia game as well. A great shot from Ben Stokes. Like they've said, it wasn't Cummins' best delivery, but maybe that was part of the tactic. Give Joe Root one that he would normally not consider going for. It's up, says Amelia. Welcome in. You are doing very well. Commentator's curse. Stokes goes on to score an unbeaten 100. I would like to see it. Well, I don't know if he can get to 100 from here just with the amount of time left. I think a 50 is definitely. Oh, I was about to say. No, I'm going to stop that sentence because I don't want to commentator's curse it again. Nice, says Nate. Joe Root, the last wicket, the dismissal, 21 runs off 33 deliveries. Now, Brook, he will be on strike. So the captain, he did bowl himself rather than going with Todd Murphy. Guess he knew something we didn't. And it does end up paying off. But now Stark, if he can pick up Brook, it would be massive for the Aussie confidence. 116 runs is still a long way to go. They are more than halfway there, though, now, England. Still got Bairstow in the sheds. No Moeen Ali because he was dismissed earlier on. England still 63% likely to win this contest, with Australia seeing 36% at the moment. 10% difference from Joe Root getting dismissed. Like I've just said, the draw on the board is for the tie for 1% chance. or of course, if there's any random rain that just stays around for 2 days straight. Still 50-50 at this rate. In my opinion, says Amelia K. Yeah, this next 10 minutes for me is going to be make or break for both of these teams. A little bit more make or break for England. If they lose another wicket, they will be probably not in their ideal scenario. Definitely if it's Ben Stokes, because we know that he can dig in. England should win it from here. They still have tomorrow, says just in case. I think that they want to get this done already today. To be honest, I don't think they want to take it to a day 5. I'd much rather get it done. Be happy enough having the extra day and then go into the Ashes series 2-1 down, pitched up ball, rough one. And that one is going to be working away down towards deep third man. I think this is going to be at least 2 runs here. Fielded in the deep by Steve Smith. They just want us to retain the Ashes. There's Amelia K. And nice start for Benny Stokes. There's Blues Nate there. And England should win it from here. They still have tomorrow. Oh no, I read that one, didn't I? Speaking of the Ashes series, ladies and gentlemen, I want to have a very quick look to see when is the last Ashes test. I know that the next one's in 9 days' time, so not this weekend, but the weekend after, well, kind of midweek after. And Stokes will wait for lunch, come out guns blazing after it. There's Ronald. Yeah. And definitely if Stokes doesn't have Harry Brook with him at the middle, like him and Bairstow, that being Stokes, they'd probably bat around for a little while. But as soon as that next wicket falls, I think that's when Stokes will start looking at the game management shot over the top from Harry Brook. It's an outside edge, but because he went in it so hard and got a thick enough outside edge on it, races to the boundary now, makes it 110 runs for the English to win. Maybe they will get it down to only needed 100 runs on the board. The last Ashes test match, it is going to be kicking off on the 27th of July. What day is that? 27th of July, that's a Thursday. Nice. It'll be a very entertaining one, that is for sure. The good news about it is I believe that the game between Australia and New Zealand, that will only take up the first session of that day when it comes to the rugby. Stark on the leg side, running that one hard. Harry Brook gets through for the single. That'll frustrate Australia just that little bit more. England versus New Zealand, that is on the 31st of August. And that is when their next series starts, the English. I believe Australia, they are going to South Africa around that same time. That's a bit interesting. Ultra Edge has a noise. So they think that maybe there was an edge from Harry Brook, but then the ball did bounce afterwards. One ball left to Starks over. Why is the second Bledisloe Cup game not at night? It's a great question. And it's a very confusing one, why it is an afternoon fixture instead of a nighttime game. And I'm not actually too sure of the reasoning behind it. I don't know if there's actually, it could be something to do with maybe the Women's Football World Cup. Maybe they've got a game on in the evening in New Zealand or something like that, that they've had to make it an afternoon game instead. But yeah, the Bledisloe Cup, I'm sure people would have loved to see it as that 7:05 classic kickoff time, like we're going to see between New Zealand and the Springboks or the next contest. I believe that evening's actually my cousin's engagement party is going to be on that day. So I think we're going to be doing the live stream from a different location than usual. And then we'll be going to the engagement party, coming home, and then doing Springboks versus Argentina after the late night. So that could be an interesting stream in the morning. Ben Stokes on strike to Pat Cummins. Out of these two bowlers, the next one to get changed, I believe, would be Mitchell Stark. I don't know whether they would go with spin now, though. Although Harry Brooks seems to be liking the pace bowlers. Solid from Stokes. Commentators asking for off spin all throughout this one at the moment. They are saying, surely you got to go for it. That's a no ball. That is the last thing Australia want us to be giving away free runs to England. In fact, both sides have really struggled to keep that front foot behind the line throughout this Ashes Test series. I think we've seen 10 no balls in pretty much every innings throughout this one. Anyone wanting an update in that Australia versus New Zealand under 20s game? Australia now lining up the 3 points out in front of the post. Currently sitting 5-0 down, now sitting 5-3. Stokes, 5 runs off 4 deliveries. Had a brilliant first shot out through the leg side. Still 2 slips and a gully, although the gully's almost more sitting at about a 4th slip now. Oh no, taking his steps back now. He was just having a bit of a conversation with Steve Smith. Now the skipper to skipper outside off stump, left alone by Stokes. Trying to be patient here. Doesn't want to rush into this innings. And the last thing he wants to do is lose that wicket before the 5 minutes passes and we get towards lunch. Oh, okay, Cummins. I believe that sounds like he's going to go round the wicket this time. If he can create that ball angle just to come back into Stokes and then go away. Oh, it's an awkward one, but he has been able to glove it down towards deep fine leg. Stark fields it. They do get themselves the single. I would say we'll get one more over in before the end of this session. I don't think they'll use Todd Murphy. They'll probably instead go with Mitchell Stark again because they are persisting at the moment with those pace bowlers. Perhaps that little bit of extra pace might be able to get Stokes out early on in his innings. Three balls now. Till Pat Cummins finishes his spell before lunch. They will be back at 12:55 New Zealand time. That's silly. I think there was a noise there from Harry Brook. I thought there was something in there. I would go upstairs. I heard it. David Warner saying I heard something. They aren't going upstairs though for the Australians. I think that was kind of close for Harry Brook. And once again, not a smart shot to be playing right at the end of a session. Did he hit this? Not quite. I think the noise might have been his glove coming off the handle. New Zealand are winning in the under-20s match. They are indeed 5 points to 3. A moment after 12 minutes. Comes back, Cummins, 2 balls remaining. Pitched up. Harry Brook just has to dig that one out off stump. Oh, okay. Todd Murphy warming up. They want to have Ben Stokes on strike for Todd Murphy's over. I think they'd also like to bowl a little bit of off spin to Brook, though, as well. And I'd like to think that Todd Murphy, after lunch, if he bowls well, will get himself another opportunity because to give him 1 over seems a little bit rough. Work to the leg side. Brook gets the single. I believe now it will be Todd Murphy bowling to Brook for the final over of this session. Crowd now cheering for Todd Murphy. I think because he's been out on the boundary for so long, they've slowly been taking a liking to him. 5 matches, 15 wickets for the Australians. Averages 26, roughly. 105 more runs required. This is going to test Harry Brook here because I feel like he'll want to smash into Murphy if that ball's lofted up there. But that could end up with a big mistake. Don't watch under 20s much, but how big is Pasolo Tuolangi? He's a giant of a human. Yeah, I think he's about 6 foot 6'4" or somewhere around there, 135 kgs. He's a big boy for an under 20s competition, that is for sure. Right, Todd Murphy, 6 balls to try and get England 5 down. And if he was able to do so, this last session of the test match, which should be the next one, will be extremely intriguing. Well, Brook considered running for that one. That was actually a ball right on the money for Murphy. Straight delivery, trying to get it to turn back into the right-hander. The moment the win predictor has England at 71%. I can tell you right now, if there was a wicket falling, it would change that drastically. Great shot from Harry Brook, though. Slashes away out through the deep cover region. And that is going to be 4 runs. Now 101 required for the English to win. Murphy, just a little bit too short. Picked up on the length early, Harry Brook. There's now 150 runs on the board for England. Murphy, it's too short again, but it is going to be cut down to the man at deep third man. And that'll be overthrown by the Aussies, but no runs taken from it. Now Ben Stokes. 3 balls remaining, 100 runs to win. Australians, they need 6 wickets to be able to take out this test match. I will be mentioning that we are going to be covering the next session on the channel, ladies and gentlemen, for this test match. Be heating up big time, and I honestly believe it will be the last over of this test, as if they get through the overs that they should throughout the next session with the extended 15 minutes, I think it is going to be a very intriguing one. A little bit to the leg side there from Murphy. Gets worked away for 1. Now Harry Brook back on strike, and the crowd give the big round of applause, as now it is down to 99 runs for England. They are less than triple figures now. Crowd certainly getting behind their side in this run chase. They know what Ben Stokes can do in a chase. They saw it at this exact ground 4 years ago. Pitched up. Great shot from Harry Brook, but it's hit into Usman Khawaja, who manages to cut it off. Keep it to the dot ball. 1 ball remaining now. And this over for Murphy. He has gone for 6 so far, so a little bit expensive. Can he get this one right? Over the wicket this time. Work to the leg side. They'll get the single to close out the session. I almost said the day, but we've still got plenty more action coming later on for day number 4. It is now stumps, or not stumps. I keep on using the wrong words. Australia just scored the try in the under-20s game, I do see, but it is now lunch, I should say. And hi, did you get some sleep? I got a little bit of sleep before waking back up, but probably still not enough. So after tonight, I will be trying to get a big sleep in going, or as big of a sleep in as I can anyway. Be a good idea. And Stokes might only need half an hour after lunch, says Ronald Edwards. And it depends on what happens with Harry Brook, because I feel if Brook ends up losing his wicket, Stokes may look to be a little bit more aggressive. And he certainly will be more aggressive if they lose Bairstow again after that, because then he will be the set batsman who has to try and, I guess, win it for his side. But he knows that feeling all too well. At the moment, Ben Stokes, England, they get clapped off the ground. We've got a 40-minute break here, ladies and gentlemen, and then we are back for the next session of this test match. I will quickly get a banner up so you guys know exactly when that next session is going to be starting. We will be back for session number 2 at, that looks about right, NZ time. What time would that be locally? I think that's 1:55 or 1:55 p.m. local time. There we go. We'll add that on to the bottom just so that it makes a little bit more sense. Anyone who is in the Northern Hemisphere. But yeah, at the moment, Harry Brook's hitting 40 not out off 54 deliveries. So he has continued the way that he normally would, and that is being relatively aggressive when he is at the crease. He had some beautiful shots out through cover, including that nice back foot cover drive, you call it, off of the spin. Noodles breaks Says a Blues Nate. Yeah, I'm not actually sure what happened during the break. This one, but I would say that if England keep on scoring at the rate that they were throughout that first innings or in that first session, currently they are sitting with a run rate of almost 5 and over. So theoretically, 20 overs time, or about 25 overs time, I would say we could see the winner of this matchup. But I do think it will very much be tuning in up till this point. Like I mentioned, we will be popping away, but we will be back in about 35 minutes time or so. And that will be for the second session. Foster said, let's go Australia. And then Heartland Green Onion chips, anyone? Or anyone? I actually had some of them the other day when me and Dad were at work. Ended up popping to the dairy to get some of them. But, let's thank you all very much for tuning in. We will be back in a very short moment. I will put on the music for you guys just so that you have something to listen to while we are away. We'll go background music. We'll put it about there. And we'll go like this. We will see you all in a very short moment. We won't go with that song. Instead, we'll go with this one. I feel like it has more of a feeling for this moment. But we will see you all for the next one. I should mention not the next one, for the next session, not the next video. We are still going. We'll be back in about 30 minutes time for session number 2. Right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen, for the next session of this test match. Now, this one I believe will be the decider. I don't think this will go to a third session today. The task is 98 runs or 6 wickets for the Australians. Now, if Australia were able to get themselves the victory in this test match, that would summarise the Ashes as 3-0, which would mean no matter what, for those last two test matches, the English cannot win this series. Whereas if they were able to get themselves over the line here, it would mean that they sit 2-1, still two more to go. And come on, England. Their sound gamers in there, and IG has got the English flags in there as well. But Ben Stokes and Harry Brook, the current two who are at the crease for the English, turn that light on, make it a little bit brighter in here. But Cummins giving the team talk at the moment. So we're able to get that breakthrough wicket of Joe Root just before the lunch break. The big thing here for the English is they have been going at about the 5 runs and over, just under, throughout their first 32 overs bowled. Looks like Boland was actually just practicing a warm-up run there. Maybe he will be going into the bowling attack a little bit sooner than we expect. After lunch, commentary continues, says Yugganath. That is the plan. We will be going right through to the end of the day, although I don't think we'll get there because I think this session's going to be the one that decides that it's got a real test match feel about it. The crowd are getting well and truly behind themselves, behind their side at Headingley. England win this test, says Yugganath. They've got a good chance. Ben Stokes at the middle on 9, or sorry, on 7 off 7. The moment in the background, there's a little bit of grey cloud, but nothing too serious as of yet. Harry Brook has been sitting there 40 off 54 deliveries. Would be a match-changing innings for the youngsters, just away from the 50. And honestly, mate, you're a saviour. Got to pay to watch cricket in the UK. And every other YouTube commentators are Asian, so don't have a clue what's going on, says IG. We do appreciate you being here. We have got plenty more coming up. We have been covering all the Ashes on the channel. Some sessions we have missed, of course, due to the time zone. Currently in New Zealand, it is 1 a.m. But this one we certainly won't be missing as Boland. I mentioned how it seemed like he wasn't going to be too far away from starting his bowling spell once more. I've decided he's going to be bowling the first of session number 2. If England not dropping catches, then England is ahead test series, says Yugganath, and surely England will win today, says Annoy. I think this is the big partnership. And Harry Brooks straight away works the single. In fact, they're going to push hard here, and they do get themselves 2. No, they turn around. Stokes gets turned down. Now, that's the thing. Stokes is also a walking wounded individual at the moment. So you don't want to push for those extra 2s just in case he does end up getting himself run out. Certainly still swing a bat, though, but that was a nice shot. It's pretty much blocked down towards the backward point region. I believe this is the first time Stokes is facing Boland throughout this innings. Well, he did face him in the first. Is the tennis on free to air in the UK? Says Hanoi for Wimbledon. I'm not actually too sure. I know that, of course, there's a lot of coverage around here in New Zealand, but that is mainly through Sky. So I'm not sure whether it's a free to air Wimbledon or whether that would be. I feel like they'd be locked in with Sky too, wouldn't they? For the tennis. Ben Stokes not happy with someone behind the bowler's arm. Now we are ready to go. 7 off 7, going at that strike rate of 100. Theoretically, with the speed that Brook and that Stokes have been scoring at, in 20 overs time, this game will be won. That ball swung quite nicely for Scott Boland. Actually ended up going right round the back of Ben Stokes' legs through to Alex Carey. Stayed a little bit lower. Could have actually been quite a bit of trouble for Ben Stokes' stumps here. Just over the top of leg stump. That is pretty close. I think it almost maybe stayed a little bit lower than Stokes was expecting also. And yes, says IG there as well. But do let me know, ladies and gentlemen. This is a good question. Will Harry Brook or Ben Stokes score more runs? Now, currently, Brook has got a very good head start, so that would refer to maybe him going out in the next 20 runs or so, and then Ben Stokes being able to get a majority of the rest. In fact, it would probably be even before he gets to 50 for the chance of Stokes to be able to overtake him. I think both of these men both could get themselves a 50 here. They are playing strategically. Harry Brook, after coming back from the lunch break, getting himself straight back into the scoring action, getting the first single of the session. 97. Last time that they needed 97 was in the last test match, but at that stage, I believe they were about 8 or 9 down. Beautiful shot from Ben Stokes. Work to the leg side, down towards deep fine leg, and it's Mitchell Starc who's actually done a diving save round by the boundary. May have just meant that that one goes for 2 rather than the 4. When you think of Bazball, you think of boundaries. 20 boundaries from here, England have won. And Brook to get 60, then Stokes smashing it to get a 50. There's IG there. Looks like Mitchell Starc just narrowly able to keep that ball inside of the boundary rope. It's just whether or not he slid into it. Nah, he's completely fine there. Mitchell Starc gets it to just the 2. That's the thing for Australia. They do not have the same amount of runs as past games to be able to work with. So any type of misfield, any type of drop catch could be crucial. They dropped Ben Stokes in the last test match for the final innings. That was actually Steve Smith putting down the catch, someone who you don't really expect to see drop too many catches. Marnus Labuschagne fields that one at mid-off. 1 ball remaining in the Boland over. Like I said, if England continue scoring at around the same rate as they have been throughout that first session and throughout their whole innings so far, they will have this total round about 23 or 24 overs from now. Ben Stokes advancing down the wicket. That's hit him. Oh. Okay. I think that might have hit him in the box for Ben Stokes. It looked like it hit him in the pad initially, but the way that he's reacted, he's gone into a ball like he's a turtle, and he does not look happy at the moment. Ben Stokes. Where's it hit him? But also, he's had a little bit of an injury around that middle region, around the hip. He actually had the gluteus muscle. I think he pulled that earlier on. One of the English. I think he just got hit in the box there, I want to say. Yeah, by the way he's walking, he's had a bit of a knock to the middle. And that's going to be a purple something for Ben Stokes, that is for sure. And shot, or nut shot, says Hanoi. And unfortunately, as much as you want the pain to go away and the discomfort, it just doesn't really work. You just got to take your time. He's getting a pat on the back from Harry Brook. It is the end of the over. We're going to see this ball here from Boland. Popped off the seam. Oh, yep, about as square on as it could have been. And you could see Stokes, not only did he get hit in the box, but then he had to try and walk back, or waddle, I think is the better way of describing it, waddle back to his crease so that he didn't get run out. And I Hamish some Afrikaans, England, something win. I assume that's England are going to win, maybe. If I'm not wrong, Dion. Now, Ben Stokes, like they've said, he'll be very lucky or very happy to be at the non-strikers end at the moment. I don't think he'll be too keen to do too much running, so maybe even Harry Brook will consider just tapping a couple of these around while Ben Stokes recovers. Straight drive, straight to the man at mid-on, which is Pat Cummins, the skipper. You did see him bowl himself in the first innings, and he managed to pick up the wicket in the process. Was that big wicket of Joe Root? 95 more runs. They still very doable for both of these sides, I would have to say. I feel like we're in a quite nice stalemate to be at for the final session of a test match. Even though there are still 4 more after this, theoretically, but the rain has stayed away, which is fantastic. It did seem like it was going to be relatively wet near the end of day number 4. 2 slips in the gully still in play, and that's a nice backward cut from Harry Brook down towards Murphy. Does feel well. He has been fielding out on the boundary for a majority of this test match. The crowd, I think they're starting to like him a little bit. And 1 bowl, 1 over before the lunch break. Went for about the 6 or the 7 runs. Anyone wondering about the New Zealand versus Australia game for the under-20s that has taken place? New Zealand winning that one currently 25 points to 18 with a red card against them, and they have just scored themselves another try. Nice try, Hamish, says Dion. Was it anywhere near? Of course, South Africa are going to be playing in their game of the under-20s just a little bit later on tonight in the semi-final, and then also we are going to get to see England versus France in the under-20s semi-final also. Comes Mitchell Starc, third ball of the over. To Ben Stokes and solid in behind it. I would say just about now he's probably still feeling it a bit. Yeah, he's doing a little bit of the rearrange. Make sure they're still there. G'day again, Kiwi Lad, the legend. Appreciated your rugby streams yesterday. Hope you got some sleep. Come on, Aussie, come on. Come on. And watching cricket in the Tour de France. 52 watching. How about a thumbs up, says GB. You heard the man. If you haven't already, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. I managed to get a little bit of sleep after the cricket, but probably still nowhere near enough. But that'll be what tonight is for. Although it is currently sitting 1:05 a.m. So I'd say we won't get to bed till maybe about 4 a.m. tonight. England win predictor has them 77% likely to get the victory. Australia 22% and the draw 1%. But of course, anything can happen. And 94 runs shot from Ben Stokes there. Beautiful cover drive. No one back there. And that'll cut it down now to 90 runs needed for the English. And Ben Stokes, he'll be enjoying that one because that means he doesn't have to run after that groin shot. Now moves up to 13 off 14 deliveries. Starc just a half volley and Stokes pounced on it early. Yes, it was close enough, says Dion. And how good are the New Zealand cricket team these days? I mean, they're all right. They're just going through a little bit of a patch how, we're not too sure who's going to be in the side most of the games, which is, not ideal in some regards. Whereas you look at someone like an Australia and it's pretty certain that you're going to see at least 9 or 10 of the same fellas each time. League side, Stokes, I've heard a noise on that one. Australia, it's given. Ben Stokes might be out here, and I don't know, is he walking? He is. Ben Stokes has been dismissed. That is a must get wicket for the Aussies. Ben Stokes can't believe it. In the innings that they needed their hero is the innings that he's been defeated by Mitchell Starc. Down the leg side, just a narrow edge. And Alex Carey takes it nicely. That is a massive wicket right there. What country do you believe an international AFL team would be based in? Australia. No, AFL team. Other than Australia, who else would play Aussie rules? I don't think us Kiwis would be any good at it, to be honest. But maybe like England. That'd be kind of cool seeing an England versus Australia, like an Ashes series of AFL, something along those lines. And no, says mainly try New Zealand under 20s, says GB and Wugonski, says Hanoi. Now, I mentioned about those percentages and how much it was in favour of the English, sitting on 77% likely to win this test match. I'm assuming they're going to show it again very soon here, and I can guarantee it won't still be that 77. Sean Jono and Warbrick played. That is a list of 2 players that we've had in the AFL. Although there's a few more along the years. It's just they seem to be more suited to rugby union over here than the AFL style. Is AFL popular in New Zealand? Not hugely. Maybe one of the problems is they don't really show it on TV, maybe 1 or 2 games a week. So it makes it a bit tricky to be able to follow the whole competition. Well, my prediction is in the bin. Says IG, to be fair, not many people would have been predicting Ben Stokes to go out as early as he did. And I wonder how much influence that nut shot had on him going out. Because don't get me wrong, as an international player, most people would be like, oh, he wouldn't have been thinking about it. But when you get hit down there, it does stuff to you. Your brain stops working. You forget how to walk. You forget how to talk at times as well. Just that little feather from Ben Stokes. He knew he had hit it. And now it's game on, come on, England. Says Dion, it certainly makes it that little bit closer. Ben Stokes throws the bat in the air. Bairstow now at the middle. 90 runs still required for England to be able to take out this victory. 2 is a good start, says Hanoi. Yeah, it's not huge yet, but maybe in the future we'll see a few more Kiwis transition. Mitchell Starc left alone by Johnny Bairstow. Sloppy Bairstow in the crease, says Siddhartha. Make sure that he stays in his crease. And that was almost a little bit of a repeat there. Johnny Bairstow, he was extremely quick to leave. And then he had a little moment where he was like, hang on. I'll make sure I'm back. I'm back for more, says Jacob, and it is hugely appreciated you being back, mate. Mate. Who do you think at the moment has momentum? Who you think will win? Would Stokes have stood his ground if the ump didn't give it out? Says Hanoi. I mean, it's hard to tell, of course. If he had stood his ground, though, they would have gone upstairs, the Australians. They were pretty certain of it. But yeah, I don't know. We saw Mitchell Marsh. He walked, but his one was a pretty obvious one. Ben Stokes, as soon as he was given out, I think he was more like, yeah, I think I've got that. And an international AFL team would be a New Zealand team based in Wellington, nicknamed the Falcons. Says Sun City. Oh, sorry, Sun's King. And if England loses this, I think they might just ask Australia if they can have the Ashes back, just so they can burn them a second time. Says Justin Charles, do you remember me? I do. I remember quite a few of you fellas who pop in for the cricket live streams. Got a tight-knit group at the moment who pop in for them. And this one, like I mentioned, heating up to be a very exciting third test match. If England can get the 89 runs, it would make the series 2-1. If Australia get 5 more wickets, the series is all over. It's really surprising that you pronounced my name correctly. Even my friends struggle. Says Siddhartha. Probably said it wrong that time, didn't I? But I think it's just from pronouncing so many different names from the rugby and cricket side of things. Eventually, the tongue starts to get in the right place and you start to get a little bit more of a feel for certain like combinations of letters and whatnot. The last wicket, Ben Stokes, 13 off 15 deliveries. And do the actual Ashes change hands, go to the winner, or stay permanently in Oz? I believe they do change hands. Yes, though, tries to drive, but too full though. But I will ask you, IG, are you still sticking with your prediction of Brook getting 60? Or are you saying that Harry Brook gets maybe a few more now that Ben Stokes has been dismissed? If the Aussies win this match, I bet that when the Aussies lose the last two, the media will eat them up. Says Jacob. It's a little bit of a shame in a way if it is 3-0 after 3, mainly because then the Australians, I feel like those last two won't mean as much. But they might go with a few changes just to get ready for the upcoming tests. See, maybe a couple of the guys, I think you'll get 50 odd, says IG. Fair shout. Normally, when I say that a player is going to get a certain amount of tries or anything along those lines, they go out very quickly after. So I'm being careful with what I say. I've jinxed so many batsmen throughout this Ashes series. England's still 60% chance of winning this. Probably because I mentioned the win predictor. Oh, Johnny Besto. Oh, he almost hit it to Todd Murphy, who was on the lead side. The original Ashes live in the museum in England, says Jacob. If we lose the last two, it's because they want to play golf on the 5th day, says GB. Mitchell Starc, quite a fond golfer, isn't he? When my dad was playing in a golf tournament in Fiji, he actually saw Dan Christian and Moses Henriques were both playing in the same tournament. Fun fact. A couple of Sydney Sixers boys, decent at their golf. Maybe they've played a little bit with Mitchell Starc in the past. 89 more runs to win, though. Bairstow sitting on 0 off 5. Almost chopped on to his stumps, but it worked for him to a certain extent because he's got his first runs on the board. 4 runs with the French cut. And that'll be the end of the over. 166 for 5. How do I change votes? Unfortunately, with YouTube, they only let you vote once and then they don't let you change it. I read that one. If they mancad Bairstow now, would it be popular with the locals? I would think not. Mainly because, yeah. I mean, although to a certain extent, they'd be like, well, Johnny, you should have learnt from the last time. But I know that they still wouldn't be too happy about it. Hamish, I'm getting a PlayStation bracelet. Honor my late father. Says Amelia K. So what are you going to have on the bracelet? Is it going to be a PlayStation controller or just the PlayStation, the writing of it? Are you on Twitch? I am not. Only on YouTube at this stage. But who knows? Maybe in the future we've got a few other ideas. That's a great straight drive. Well fielded by Marnus Labuschagne, though, and keeps it to 1. Brilliant work from him. He's just saved 3 runs. Very evenly balanced now, says Peter. Are you a fan of poetry, says Siddhartha? I haven't done a huge amount of poetry in my time. do have to say. I know that we used to have to write a poem for English, and I think I got a achieved, which was not high. So maybe not. We once wrote a rap about Antarctica, if you count that as poetry. Me and one of the other Kiwi lads. Had something off Etsy, had like a PlayStation 2 D-pad on it. Says Amelia K. And Brook has to bat out the innings for England to win, says Peter. Yeah. I think he's going to have to be there a majority of the time anyway. And Bairstow hits it down the ground. They'll take on the single. And once again, Marnus Labuschagne gets it. Do you like a good back foot cover drive? I do. One of my favourite shots to play. In fact, anyone who has seen the GoPro cricket videos that were got up on the channel, when I did have my most recent innings, I did a lot of batting off the back foot. Just stepping back, cover drive through that gap. I love that shot. It's actually, I'm probably better off the back foot than the front foot on that side. Also the cut shot. Favourite of mine as well. I'm going to wear it everywhere I go. It's going to be like my armour. I'm struggling with my well-being, says Amelia K. That's a nice shot again. Almost through the gap, but Todd Murphy cuts it off in the deep. 2 more runs for Harry Brook. He now moves up to 46. Listening and watching from the West Indies. There's Wamani. Hopefully I've said that correctly. Welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing very well. West Indies, who have they got next? I know that they were unlucky in the World Cup qualifying. But I think they have got a series just around the corner. Yeah, India. In 3 days' time, they are going to be playing a test match against India. That will be a good one to watch. Actually, in the West Indies as well. I don't know. We might end up covering a little bit of that on the channel, perhaps. With India controlling world cricket nowadays, can they order the original Ashes to be presented to Oz if they win? I doubt it. I think they'll just give them the trophy that they've got at the moment. Any signs of sandpaper or lolly wrappers, says GB. It's funny you mentioned that. Now, I don't want to start any controversies or anything like that, or conspiracies, but, nice shot again from Brook. Timing it well. We'll just get the single this time. But the Australians, they replaced the ball at one point because there was a massive scuff out of the seam, but the ball hadn't been hit to the boundary recently at that time, and there was just like a part that almost looked like it had been slightly, I don't know if you'd say it looked like it had been dug up, but it seemed like it was, interesting. Tim Southey, he's actually been overtaken for the fastest man to reach 1,000 runs at Test match cricket, and that is by Harry Brook. I'm from Melbourne, says Jacob, and Dan Benny out. Bear show on, says lose that. Oh, Bairstow's gone too. He's just chopped on. That's going to be another wicket down. Mitchell Starc picks up his 4th. And this 83 runs is going to feel like an eternity now for the English, as they've still got Brook out there. In fact, it's 80. It's actually 80 now. That'll be 6 down for the Australians. Damn, he's gone, says Blues Nate. And not hard to see which Aussies arrived there free of charge. There's Max Planck. And another one, says Siddhartha. And there as well, but chopped on Johnny Bairstow, out of form for this test match. Perhaps they will look at changing him for the next one, with possibly Folkes would be the good option. And you bloody beauty, Stark, says GB. Yeah, he'll take that one every day of the week. It may have been chopped on, but Bairstow's gone 5 runs off 8 deliveries and now 6 down. England still need another 80. Same old Aussies always cheating is the chant that's going around the ground. I don't know whether or not there was cheating involved in that one. It's bad that it's when I was saying that there was a conspiracy that was happening. And 2 wickets needed for Aussies to seal the series, says Neutrino. And I know. Says IG, and come on, smash this tail, says Hanoi. The good news that they've got is a couple of their tail, of course, will look to be a little bit more aggressive. But Chris Wokes almost has to play this one a little bit more sensibly here. But they will be bowling short stuff to him, which is the slight problem that he's got, because he likes to take on the short ball. If it's round his head, pretty much says, oh, well, tries to pull it away. But in this case, does he have to be a little bit more disciplined? I have to say Stark's had an absolute blinder. That ball was changed. It seems to be swinging a lot more, this new one, and also seaming nicely. So good, Amelia. Says Jacob, and 4 wickets away from victory for the Aussies. Middle, please, says Chris Wokes. 46 matches, his best at 137 not out up against India at Lords in 2018. Making a third of that would be pretty handy for the English at this point. Johnny Bairstow dismissed. 80 more to win. I don't know why this still says 83. I think they stole 3 runs off them at some point. Here comes Mitchell Starc bowling to Chris Wokes. Pitched up. Why is he playing that shot? He's just swung at a wide delivery outside off stump as if they aren't in a position where they can't lose another quick wicket. End of the over. 168 for 5, but not the shot to be playing if you are Chris Wokes with the first delivery that you've made your way to the middle to. Lethal a bowling attack from the Aussie side. Says Nethrino. Just got it wrong. Bairstow chasing the slightly wider delivery. Manchester's a scarecrow and the Tin Man, they weren't happy about it. The Lion, he was looking around for the heart of the English side. Has anyone seen The Wizard of Oz? I don't know whether or not any of what I just said will relate. Currently in the under-20s game between New Zealand and Australia, it is very close, 37 points to 35, ladies and gentlemen. That's how just how baseball works, said Siddhartha. And Jesus Christ is IG in there as well. Now Harry Brook, they're willing to give him the single to put Chris Wokes there. And he is going to take it by the looks of it. We'll just get the one. They have to make sure they're getting every run possible. And now Australia all come in. Now, the more runs that Wokes can get for his side here, the less likely Australia will be to go with a hugely attacking field. Although I believe a lot of short stuff will be coming for Chris Wokes, either that or wide outside of the off stump. Baseball will never work against Aussie side, says Neutrino. I don't know about never. I've only tried it twice so far, and yes, they weren't successful in it, but we've had a couple close test matches. So, never say never, as they say. Now, Chris Wokes, one big swing at the ball outside of off stump. I think that's just the way that he bats. He just goes out there and swings for the fences and hopes that the ball makes it. Do you think the Ponds would get pissed off? We bowl them in an underarm, says GB. I mean, in this case, probably not, mainly because I guess it's the test match side of things. If it was like 1 to win off the final ball, and oh no, that wouldn't work anymore either, would it? I'd have to go back to the old rule set first. It's showing that Bairstow dismissal, chopped on. Yeah, the Aussies commentating or celebrating that one. No one talked to Johnny Bairstow. No one wanted a bat thrown at them after he got dismissed. Probably smart from the Aussies. Why do you think Black Caps bowlers were not successful last summer against baseball? But Aussies do. What's the difference? I think the Aussie bowlers are a lot more accurate in the way that they bowl. Plus, New Zealand, tactically, I just don't think we're all there. Baseball is a joke, says Amelia K. I mean, up until this series, they were winning a lot of games. They beat New Zealand in a series 3-0. They beat Pakistan in a series. I wouldn't say it's a joke per se. I'd just say at the moment, it's not quite working in this Ashes series. Also, we have got the difference is the Aussies own the English. Interesting. Okay. Well, nicely played by Chris Wokes. And that one very nicely. I feel like he's got more chance of scoring off Scott Boland than he does off Mitchell Starc. Stark's accuracy so far throughout this innings has been sensational. Just getting that ball to come back in. England need to win this at least. There's coding. And with 79 more, if this was 50 with the 4 wickets in hand, I'd say they've still got a very good chance. But because it's now still 79, it's a wee way to go. I feel like Brook is definitely the key, though. And if Wokes is able to get himself 20 or so runs, nicely glided, but I go straight to Mitchell Marsh, fielding at Gully. Amelia is from Australia or England? She is from Australia. Come on, Aussies. There's Amelia, but that was nicely glided by Chris Wokes. Very well fielded by Marsh, though. Pakistan bowling attack is also impactful in England. Says Neutrino, I think we'll win this test. We'll lose the next one, says IG. Okay. And I have to say, at least if it was the next one that they did end up losing, at least we've gone to a fourth test match without it being a clear cut decision in this series. Wokes yet to get himself off the mark. One ball remaining on the wicket, and he's taken the single stump to stump. Brilliant work from Scott Boland to rotate the strike and keep Wokes on. End of the over, 173 for 6. I'm happy Super Carter Gordon got on the board for the Wallabies, says Amelia Kay, and now there are talks of him maybe even starting the next match. Speaking of matches, it's been a phenomenal one between New Zealand and Australia in the under-20s. Still embarrassing to watch though, says Amelia, and can't believe the master stroke of sending Moeen Ali at 3 didn't work, says Siddhartha. Yeah, on paper it was a fair idea to a certain extent because they were hoping that he would get himself set, wear down that new ball, and then smash some big shots, cut down the total needed. But just got an absolute ripper of a ball from Mitchell Starc, who has been the thorn in the English side throughout this match because he's got himself 4 wickets, got Bairstow, got Moeen Ali. Also managed to get, that was a terrible throw from Marnus Labuschagne. Rolled along the ground to Starc. I'll be more annoyed if we lose this test because we're still in school in the UK. So I just put the cricket on. Says IG. The Aussies need to cramp up the tail right on the tip of their toes, says Jacob. Looks like they haven't gone with a hugely defensive, or hugely attacking field, I should say, to Chris Wokes, which makes me think Starc, he's aiming at the stumps. Outside off stump, great shot from Wokes. Timing it well. That's 4 runs, and that will infuriate Mitchell Starc. Possibly now will consider going for the shorter stuff. Could they make the next test pitch any greener? Because so far it's worked a treat, says GB. Come on, Aussies, wake up, says Amelia. At the moment, it was a risky shot from Wokes. I saw in the replay that was actually more lofted than I first anticipated. Raced away to the boundary. Now it's down to 74 runs. And until that gets under 50, it's still well and truly either of these sides' game. Even under 50, it's anyone's game with only the 4 wickets remaining. Starc, that was almost middle stump. He stepped away. There, Chris Wokes. I don't know where he was going. He was walking all the way to the side of the leg pitch. Well, a practice pitch next to him. Can't believe you're the only person streaming this game live in English, says Jacob. I feel like it's a bit of an honour, isn't it? I should actually probably, in my title for the next one, have English live commentary. Maybe a good idea, seeing as, by the sounds of it, we do have quite a few people coming along who are looking for the English commentary alternative. And honestly, says IG, I would change it now, but I'm worried I'm going to end up getting a copyright strike for them thinking that I'm saying that I'm the English actual commentary of it. Now, Chris Wokes, 5 off 8. 2 slips. They have actually made Mitchell Marsh take a few more steps backwards. And Peter, that's how I found you, looking for English commentary, says Peter. Start. Ooh, it was close to the outside edge of Chris Wokes. I feel like my facial expressions throughout this match have just been all over the place. But it was a risky shot to be playing. Just outside of the swinging of Chris Wokes. Actually ended up swinging underneath the ball there. But he doesn't look like he's going to be taking any long route towards his runs. This session so far, we've seen 2 wickets falling in 24 runs for England, but they're still scoring about 4 and over. Down the leg side, the ball that actually managed to get Joe Root out. Didn't work out that time. Heard Spark Sport shut down in New Zealand. They should have brought the rights to New Zealand cricket, says Siddhartha. Unfortunately, I don't have a few $1 million. Sadly, it would be nice if I did. But, I tell you what, I've talked about this before though. If we did, I would have a cricket net just there where we can go into the box and have a whole heap of animations of pitch marks and everything like that on it. That would be quite cool. But yeah, like I said, I don't have $1 million or more, so a bit unfortunate. From here, give a bold prediction. Can Aussie take this from England? Says Coding. The thing is, at the moment, some would consider that not even a bold choice. That's a great shot Murphy fields it in the deep. I watched a vid with Teen sledging you. It was so funny. He did some play some nice defensive shots. I was very slow scoring in that one. I will say that was my second game back after 10 years away. So I was getting back into the flow of things. My next innings after that though, have you seen that one? Um, where I did get my 50. Because in that one I did quite a few back foot punches, like you mentioned. I like your accent of English. This is why I'm here to learn your way of speaking, says Neutrino. Good as gold, says Jacob. Hamish coming in clutch with some of the best commentary going around, says Amelia K. Oh, that's gone a bit high from Mitchell Stark. What is your net worth approximately, says Siddhartha? I don't even think I've got a net worth, to be honest. $20 bucket of KFC. That's somewhere around there, probably. Yep, I'll have to watch that, says Jacob. Yeah, we're going to have a few more going up in the near future. I was just hoping to find a gap where there's no rugby and no cricket to be able to upload it. But we've got another one that is probably going to be uploaded next week, I think it will be, or the week after. Be sure to keep an eye out for that. I want to have them going right up to the new season when we start playing again. Currently the target of 251. 38 overs in. Australia need 4 wickets. And like I said, I don't think this one's going to a new session after this one, unless, of course, there is some sort of rain around. Here comes Scott Boland. On the stumps, Chris Wokes plays it nicely. And even though he will look to be aggressive at times, Mankad, yes or no, says Siddhartha. It's a no ball, another free run for the Aussies. Are we talking like, do I think it's a good thing to have? We actually had a guy in one of our games. They're not doing that because they were actually the team that did it. Hamish earns, I think, around 1,200 New Zealand dollars from YouTube ads. 1,200? Is that like a month coding or is that like in a year? I can tell you right now, it would probably be closer to the second one. That's nice from Chris Wokes, timing it very well. 4 more runs, and it goes below 60. Oh, sorry, below 70 now. I remember growing up watching England smash 400 like it was nothing. Now 250 is a big ask, says IG. Will you do AFL for the Aussies, says Jacob. And how much do you earn on YouTube, says Neutrino, and per month, says Cody. Well, I can tell you right now, it is nowhere near $1,200. If it was $1,200, that would be fantastic. But the way I describe it is it gives us just enough to be able to pay for live streaming software, to be able to pay for our sporting subscriptions, and then also any running repairs that we need, such as a microphone or a webcam every once in a while. But so far off YouTube, I have not actually pocketed a cent. Everything that we've made has gone back into the channel. 9.2 over so far from Boland. 1 maiden. He's actually the only man who's had a maiden throughout this innings. That was earlier on in the day. In fact, that might have been yesterday, in fact, that he got that. No, that's a lie because it was Cummins and Stark yesterday. Short ball. Wokes thought about ramping it over the slip cordon. Doesn't connect. Boland is expensive, says Inouye. And Australia, tough fight, England, says RB. Showing Murphy again with 68 runs on the board. Can you afford to give your Australian spinner a chance? I feel like if there was a little bit more, they would perhaps look at him as an option. But with Chris Wokes at the middle, he will go after the spinner. So it could create the wicket, but you also expose yourself to a few runs being scored beforehand. Solid again from Chris Wokes. Defending well. Going a little bit too expansive at some of those wider deliveries. He's got himself 10 crucial runs. If this was day 5, would be more exciting, says Inouye. Well, for me, in a way, this is day 5, if that makes sense, because of the fact that it's gone down to the final session and we've seen both sides bowled out already. So, yeah, I feel like this does, for me, have a bit of a day 5 feel, mainly because we also didn't get to cover much of the rugby or much of the cricket yesterday due to rugby. Chances of rain, not too likely until later on in the day. So they should be all right for now. No run taken again. And chances of rain. Oh no, I read that one, didn't I? Why no super chat from your viewers here, says Natrino. I mean, I can understand why people don't donate that often. Like we've got a few regulars who do donate every once in a while, which is hugely appreciated. But at the end of the day, we're providing live commentary. Theoretically, it's free because there's no paid subscription or anything along those lines. Plus, we aren't actually showing the game, so it always it's understandable that people wouldn't be donating for it, if that makes sense. Ooh, off the pad there for Wokes. And that's going to be 4-leg buys for the English. That'll go down to 64. Do you have to declare that for tax? Or would it affect a student allowance if you got one, says Annoy? So, yeah, it is all based on, you do have to pay tax on YouTube earnings, but then you also have the percentage that you give to YouTube through earnings as well, which is why it is a lot lower than some people think that it is. But also, I think that people also do still think it is higher than it is to start with overall. And Harry Brook is better batting down the order, says Jacob, and 5 to 7 p.m. is 10% rain. So, yeah, they're pretty safe for now, I'd like to think. Win predictor, England 61%, Australia 38%. The draw is 1% still. Mitchell Stark becomes very dangerous in the ODI World Cup year like 2015. There's Abby. $64 more. Pat Cummins. Oh, that was not the shot from Harry Brook. He actually tried to work it to the leg side, but it was on about that fifth stump line outside of off stump. Who won in the New Zealand versus Australia under 20 rugby match. At the moment, it is sitting 37 points to 35 in favour of Australia, and New Zealand have just received another yellow card. We always stream the last day fully. That is normally the plan. I think we have done it for the first 3 test matches so far, haven't we? So we're hoping to be able to continue that throughout the last 2. And yeah, also our goal is normally, it's off the edge. Not quite going to Mitchell Marsh, just a little bit outside of his right hand. That's going to be the single for Harry Brook to take him up to 49. But yeah, the goal for us is always to cover at least 1 session a day. Unfortunately, yesterday we didn't get to do that, mainly because we had rugby on, and also it was actually raining during the session we would have been able to cover, which was slightly unfortunate. I thank you because I can't watch all of the games. Being from Adelaide, you don't get much rugby news, says GB. But yeah, we cover a lot of matches on the channel for rugby, for cricket. I think we've done definitely over 1,000 live commentary streams, maybe even over 1,500 at this point on the channel. So quite a few. That is a tough tackle from the Kiwis, which I see why he got yellow carded now for the youngster. But Australia, they've got the man advantage for the final moments of their contest. Short stuff again. If you do commentary in the World Cup, you will earn much more, says Natrinu. I do not think so. Mainly because the last Cricket World Cup that we tried to do commentary for, we got copyright struck. And it meant that we didn't just lose out on being able to commentate cricket, we also lost out on being able to commentate the rugby that we would normally do. So, yeah, we ended up pretty much having a couple weeks where we weren't able to do pretty much any streaming, which was a big shame. Although we did still have the second channel that we were streaming on, which was lucky. But yeah. Oh, it's gone high and it's going to fall safe in between everybody down towards that deep third man and Scott Boland. Do you get many from the USA? Says, do you get a couple every once in a while? I think we've probably got about 5 regulars from the USA that do pop in, which doesn't sound like a lot, of course, but when you consider the fact that USA, in percentage-wise, in terms of how much they watch the cricket, how much they watch the rugby, it's not too bad. Overall, we also get more popping in, but yeah, regulars by name that we can remember fondly is probably around that 5 to 10. Now, Brook sitting on 49, the captain bowling to him. Once again, well defended. It seems like Brook has taken on a little bit more of a safer role here. He knows that he can't go out to expose his tail. Who will be your top 4 teams in the 2023 ODI World Cup? I think Australia, India, England, and Pakistan, although I'm not sure if they're all on the right side of the draw to be able to be in the quarters or the top four teams. So maybe New Zealand in there as well. You do live commentary for the World Cup semi-finals. Obviously, Sri Lanka won't reach it. You can take that decision later on when the World Cup arrives, says coding. Yeah, I guess it might be near the end of the rugby season, so we might consider it. 2 runs taken for Harry Brook, and that is now 51 runs for him off 67 deliveries. Very good innings. I think you have lots of people from South Africa following you, says Rudy. We do. We've got quite a large South African audience, which is absolutely awesome. And we've covered a lot of South African competitions, whether that's the URC, the Curry Cup. What do you reckon of the news today about possibly taking a state of origin to New Zealand, says Annoy? I mean, I don't know. To be honest, like it would be great, but I don't think the Kiwis would get behind it the way that they want them to, unless there was like a trans Tasman thing, how it was New Zealand versus Australia in a 3-match series, then a lot more people would end up watching that, I would say. And also, what are your thoughts on West Indies not qualifying for the ODI World Cup? I'm disappointed, but they are in quite a tough predicament at the moment, trying to find what works for them, trying to find that squad that's going to help them progress. And yeah, it's a shame that they won't be there, but I do know that in the future, now we're going to see quite a bit of the West Indies. It's just going to take a little bit more time for them to find that momentum. Enjoying the commentary, Hamish, and your crossovers with Rugby Itch, listening from a remote Masbate in the Philippines. Yeah, Dwayne there. So thank you very much for tuning in, mate. We've got plenty more coming out in the near future. Myself and Rugby Itch, we've actually done a Springbok squad prediction that is going to be coming out at 7 a.m. or so tomorrow morning, New Zealand time. So in about 5 hours' time, that video will be coming out, just because we're not sure what day the Springboks will announce their team, whether it's going to be on Monday or Tuesday. So, yeah, we're going to have it out nice and early. Pitched up by Scott Boland. Run taken by Harry Brook again. They considered 2, but they will just get the 1. And the Australians, they have just scored themselves a last-minute try up against New Zealand, so they will be going on to that 5th-place playoff game. I'm hoping to get the victory in that one as well. 58 runs now. It's getting closer to that 50. I said that they wouldn't want to worry about it too much until they see less than 50 on the board. I will send an abundance of love. Bring on the Bockies next Saturday night, and kudos to Hammy staying up all night. Says Mumbo Jumbo Kiwi. 1. Inside edge from Wokes. Works it out to square leg. He wanted it. I don't know whether or not he would have got there. Harry Brook, I think it was a good decision to send him back. Yeah, the thumbs up from Wokes. Is rugby big in the Philippines? Says Siddhartha. I think it's growing, if I'm not wrong. Rugby has been growing a little bit in a few of the places that haven't been well known for it in the past. Yeah, Chris Wokes was keen to get that too. Harry Brooks sent him back pretty much straight away. I think I read they announced on the team on Tuesday. Says Hanoi. Do you know what time on Tuesday, Hanoi? Out of curiosity, because if it's in the evening, we might be able to work it out so that we upload it maybe Monday night instead. But yeah, I think it may be going out in the morning just in case. And the South Africans look good. Big, powerful squad with depth. If we can't get it done at the World Cup, I hope they can. Anyone but the French and Irish. Waiting to see how many weeks Sexton gets. Yeah, I believe Johnny Sexton's going to be missing that World Cup, unfortunately. And it's going to be a big hit to the Irish. Who's that? That looks like Robinson's brother. By the looks of it, in the front. Oh, in fact, I don't even think they were looking at him. They were looking at the older fella behind. Now, Boland almost getting Harry Brook to chop it onto his stumps, but England get themselves another single. 53 off 70. And 2 question says Shell Janand, if I've said that correctly. I'm drunk in sporting heaven, rugby, cricket, and Wimbledon. There's Mumbo Jumbo Kiwi. Wokes 17 off 22. I said that he needs a crucial 20 or so. He's getting closer to it, but I think from now, if he can go on and get 35, 40 runs, have Brook at the other end still scoring, and be extremely useful for the English. And the Tour de France says GB, and I don't know, Soz. I just read the coaches are analysing and planning the team whilst on the flight, so we'll release it early. Down the leg side, Alex Carey got half a hand to it, but it won't be enough to stop it from rolling to the boundary. Another 4 runs for England. What happened with Sexton? Pretty much it's for what happened in that final between La Rochelle and Leinster. He went on the field and started abusing not abusing, but pretty much slating the referee when he wasn't in the squad. So he kind of, he got himself in a bit of trouble. And once we get 8 wickets down, we have max 20 runs until bowled out. There's IG. Although the problem they've got at the moment for Australia is as these runs start to get closer and closer to being 0, they can't really afford to bowl those risky short balls. Because if we see any edges or anything along those lines, or even just a well-timed shot from Mark Wood, similar to what we saw last time, and he gets a 6, then that will end up hurting them a little bit. So they'll definitely want another wicket in the very near future, and then one following straight after that. They'll leave them about maybe 40 runs or so they have to chase down with 2 wickets. And thank goodness, Pommy, keep this series alive, says Mumbo Jumbo Kiwi. Do you think that England can make an Ashes comeback from 2-0 down to 3-2 up and win the Ashes, says Mohammed? I mean, that is what Joe Root said. Harry Brook wanted to run it quickly. They do just get 1, and that is now the 200 up for England. But, yeah, pretty much the comment from Joe Root or Ben Stokes, I can't quite remember which one it was, but they said we went 3-0 against New Zealand. We went 3-0 against Pakistan. We can go 3-0 against Australia from here on. And Sexton facing a misconduct charge. Could get up to 24-match ban, says Dwayne. I think he's going to hang up the boots, Johnny Sexton, as well, depending on how it goes. For him, never seen anyone playing rugby here in the Philippines, just basketball. Kiwi is the national coach, says Dwayne. Thank goodness Bobby can keep this series alive, said Mumbo Jumbo Kiwi. Echo Piper, the refs, Johnny. Well, you're thinking, lad, that is a chipped up one, but no one is there for Australia. A little bit of luck going the way of the English at the moment, but that will be another lucky chance for Wokes. And who will decide the punishment of Sexton? The IRB, says Hanoi. I'm not actually too sure who gets the big decision. I think it's World Rugby something anyway. Let's go, England, 51 to go. Now it makes it a half century remaining for England now. Who did Sexton molest it? No, he didn't do any of that. He yelled at the referee after the game and told the referee he was wrong. Brook on strike. Cummins the bowler. Great straight drive straight to the fielder for no run. 2 questions. Who do you think will win and who do you want to win? Ooh, good question. Okay, who do I... I'm terrible at predictions. As soon as I say who I think's going to win, I can tell there's going to be a wicket falling, but I think England's going to win this one with the amount of runs required at the moment. And I do want England to win so that the series can continue without Australia already winning it. Dwayne, what do you do in the Philippines? Good food there, says Hanoi. Ooh, that was a strange one from Harry Brook, but that has also ended up cleaning up Alex Carey's finger. Didn't look like he was too happy. Strange one to be playing. Trying to dabble it towards the leg side for Brook. Misread it, and Alex Carey got it on the thumb and bent it backwards. Hopefully he's going to be all right. Of course, they don't want to lose him from behind the stumps. They show him on the screen, and the crowd boo him. Now Brook, 54 off 73, so he has slightly slowed down coming into this session. Cummins, 2 balls remaining in his over. Straight drive again. This time they're going to take on the single when they do get there comfortably. Baby AB's lost 35 to 44. Aussie under 20 on track, says Blues Nate. So, yeah, they will be going on. Face, I believe they have the winner of Wales versus Georgia. I think it might be. I also see Argentina one, so they'll be facing Fiji in their game. Teach at international school, just arrived from Japan. Better weather, great food, says Dwayne there. I love the English crowd, says Vivrant, sorry. Certainly getting involved in the contest and the atmosphere has been electric throughout all of the test matches. Now they've got a man in close. Looks like it's going to be Travis Head going close to Chris Wokes. And ABs look good. Smith and Ryan doing a superb job. Says a mumbo jumbo Kiwi. What about Foster? Mumbo jumbo. Right, they have got 4 men back on the leg side and just the one man in close. So anytime he taps it to that leg side and it doesn't hit any of those fielders, it's at least a single for the English here. And gutted I couldn't go Edgbaston for the first test. Only lived 20 minutes from there as well, says IG. It would have been a great one to witness live. I feel like Ben Stokes batting is always something that people love to watch in person. I am yet to see it myself, but I'm hoping one day I'll be able to go to one of the Ashes test matches. I think it will be 3-2 at the end of the 5th match, but in whose favour and how, no idea. And George get lost at KFC. Haven't seen him on. Says Dwayne, he's been busy working, unfortunately, so we haven't really had him on in the past about 3 or 4 weeks, maybe even about a month and a bit for George, but we've still been hanging out a little bit and still uploading videos with him in it over on the Kiwi Lads Entertainment channel. He has been editing those ones. Yeah, the 9th place final was between Fiji and Argentina. The 11th place final in the under-20s is Italy and Japan. Do you think dropping Cameron Green was a good decision from the Aussies? Yes, because he was injured. So I don't think they were going to play him with the injury that he had. But Mitchell Marsh, I mean, he's come into the side and done pretty well. And what a player Brooks is. Says sound gamers world. And solid work by Smith and Jason Ryan. Ian, who is he again? Foster Uzi says mumbo jumbo. And also Hamish, the head coach of the All Blacks 2023. I would be a terrible rugby coach. To be honest, I'd be like, oh, guys, as long as we go out there and try our absolute best, it's okay. I would be like Ian Foster. People would hate me within an instant if I was ABC coach. Right. Deep fine leg, deep square leg, deep mid-wicket. They want to give Brook the single on that leg side and 2 more men deep out on the offside as well. So Australia going with a very, very defensive field against Harry Brook. But he picks out the fielder and no run taken. Army chance couldn't be worse than Foz. I beg to differ. At least he has coaching experience. So he still might get the better of me. Harry Brook. The key for England here. Normally we're used to saying the key has been Stokes. He was dismissed earlier on. 13 runs off 15 deliveries. Now Marsh, bowling again, solid from Harry Brook. Doesn't seem in any hurry at the moment to work towards this total. Knows that as long as he bats time here, they don't have to worry about the new ball. And sorry, didn't know, says Marvin, no worries. But yeah, I think the big decision for them is going to be what to do when he is then fresh. Because do you go with Mitchell Marsh again after he's been able to take a few wickets, or do you switch back to Cameron Green and still try and find maybe another spot on the side for Mitchell Marsh? They were talking about maybe Warner has to lose his spot for the sake of being able to play Marsh. In the future, another single taken this time. Half a run-out chance, but he does get there, Harry Brook. Now 48 more runs to win. Wokes back on strike. I'm curious to know what their field changes to now. Sounds good, says Annoy. Foster is an old man sitting in the corner of an English pub contemplating his last days. There's Mumbo Jumbo Kiwi. Although the good news for him is once he's done as an All Blacks coach, he's going to be able to sit in his nice mansion and be able to chill out. Seeing as, he's been paid pretty well by the ABs. One thing that they've slightly maybe got wrong is giving him a big extended contract, saying, here you go. Now Wokes, 18 off 25. One slip, one gully, and a nice straight delivery to Wokes. 132 Ks for Mitchell Marsh. And this is where they would have loved to have someone like a Mark Wood, just to be able to bowl that little bit quicker around that 150 mark and get a bit more indecision coming from the batsman. Mitchell Starc has got that little bit of extra pace, but did only recently bowl, so they don't want to have him bowling too often throughout the last stages. I think they're going to have to strategically use him. I don't think Murphy's going to get too many more overs the Australian off spinner. Pitched up and swinging away there. No matter what, Mitchell Marsh seems to just be able to get this ball to move through the air. Can't wait to see what Razor can do. I'm from Canterbury, so would say that. Says Dwayne. I feel like he's gonna be able to at least teach them some stuff in the first little while. I feel like the team mentality at the moment, or the team morale, just isn't quite there for the ABs. Maybe having Robinson in there might be able to help that out a little bit. Mitchell Marsh, final ball of his over. Nice drive from Wokes. And that'll be the end of the over. 203 for 6. Do you think checkbooks are waiting in European clubs for Voss to post World Cup? Depends. If he wins a World Cup, people are going to look at that and be like, right, we need him as our coach if we're a lower level side. And I mean, theoretically, getting a World Cup coach would cost you a fair amount of money. So I'm sure Ian Foster would probably take that job if it was offered to him. But yeah, I think it heavily depends on how the All Blacks finish in this World Cup. If they finish well, I think he'll be a relatively popular man, even though maybe he shouldn't be. But it's the beauty of a cup in your cupboard. Or a cup in the cabinet, I guess I should say. Right, I think Pat Cummins is continuing. Yes, he is. Bowling to Harry Brook. They're going with quite a defensive field again. Ideally, they want to be able to get Brook out, but if it means that they have to give him some singles to then get the opportunity to get Chris Wokes out, I believe they will take it. Look at the last Crusaders title. We lost to the Chiefs twice, decimated by injury. The team just knew they'd win. It's down to the coach and the team's morale. There's Dwayne. Yeah. Whereas the All Blacks last year, they were going into every game thinking, I don't know if we've got this. Short ball. Brook went after it. Does fall safe. Goes to Travis Head. And Schmidt makes the difference. He knows how to agenda confidence as opposed to Foster's mediocrity, as witnessed these last few years. Mumbo Jumbo Kiwi. Although Joe Schmidt was in the environment in November, wasn't he? And I mean, they had some close games, but they were able to get themselves the victories and also that draw up against the English. Oaks back on strike now, still with 47 runs to go. This is still a little way off. I should mention that the session has been going for around an hour. We have still got another maybe hour and 20 minutes remaining. So plenty of time for the runs to be scored. I believe they would even extend the session. Short ball works beautifully played. That is sensational stuff from him, but it will just be one. He managed to step right across and flick it down towards fine leg where Boland was waiting, but I thought he almost just got it fine enough to get it to the boundary. It's concerned when guys like Richie M, so the Crusaders mean more to him than the ABs. There's Dwayne. I mean, fine, Nuku, he's a player from the Crusaders who's pretty much said, like, I don't really want to play international. I just want to be able to provide for my family. So that's why he's gone overseas, be able to get himself that big money contract, as that's why he's playing the game, because he's good at it and he wants to make money to help his family. Brook now on 57. Or they thought about the quick single, but they decide against it. The way that Brook played that shot makes me think he's trying to tap it and maybe try and get those quick two to the lead side. The last thing you want here, though, is a run out. That would be disastrous for the English, to say the least. I will mention anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We're going to be back for the next Ashes Test match that has taken place in about 9 days' time. We'll be starting not this week, but the week after. This might be a very bad decision if the Aussies do it. But I feel like bringing on Steve Smith to bowl could be beneficial. Says Mohammed. I think the big thing with their spin aspect of this test match now, they've almost left it a little too late. Because with 45 runs on the board, you can't afford one expensive Steve Smith over. Because if they get 10 runs off it, that hurts you massively. I feel like if they were going to do it, they should have done it around that same stage as Todd Murphy. Just because if they had had him in there when they had about 120 on the board, perhaps that could have been the momentum that they needed. So Leicester is supporting a lot of people back in the islands, so good on them. Cheers, Dwayne, and sounds like the locals have just got home from a big night out on your boys. Needed the thumbs up, says JB. Short ball, Wokes hits it in the air, but it's going to fall safely, and I believe this will be 2 runs as well for Chris Wokes. No, they just take the one. Well fielded by Steve Smith. I think Richie's comment was taken out of context. There's Nazi Williams. And also Schmidt has been tried and tested in EU with success. He is in New Zealand and Silla. Here's Momo Jumbo Kiwi. Oates almost actually walked back onto his stumps in that case. But he moves up to 20, a very good innings from the English number 8. Now Harry Brook on strike, Pat Cummins. Last ball of the over, hits it hard and hits it beautifully through the gap on the leg side. That is the first boundary in a few overs, but it is one of the best shots that we've seen from Harry Brook on the leg side. Love Richie dominates for the Satyrs. He never really imposed himself on the international stage. Says Dwayne, what was the difference in the AB's forward pack, Hemi? Says Momo Jumbo, are you talking size-wise? I know Argentina had 911 kgs. New Zealand had about 887. That's what you're talking about. Joe Schmidt feel uncomfortable next to Fozzie. There's Blues, Nate. That's a great shot from Harry Brook. Now taking it down to only 40 runs required. Wokes will be on strike here once again. About now is when, if we see a wicket falling, could get just that little bit more intense. High-scoring game, the under-20s. Yeah, in Australia in the end, managing to get themselves the victory. Nate, I noticed. Mumbo Jumbo Kiwi. All right, Chris Wokes getting middle marked again. Going to be facing off with Marsh, new Blues coach, Vern and Jason O'Halloran, and a nail-biting finish, says Peter. And Sam Caney's back in form, says Dwayne. Nice cover drive from Chris Wokes. Another single. Down to 39 here now for England. If you're Australia, you need a wicket and you need it extremely soon. And then after that, you need to follow up with another one. The question is, how late do they leave it before Mitchell Starc comes back into the bowling attack? Because we know he will be back at some point. Just whether or not it is sooner when they still need about 30 runs, or whether it's later when they only need about 20. Pat Cummins trying to get that ball changed. Once again, you changed the ball earlier, says the umpire. Just saying that Pat Cummins might have been trying to get a new ball due to the fact that the last time they switched new ball, they did actually end up picking up that wicket within 5 balls. It's still swinging for Mitchell Marsh, though. It's just not quite for anyone else. Most nervous I've been ever been watching any sport. I only just got back into cricket, says mainly minimal. It's coming down to the wire, that is for sure. Play with Schmidt at club level. Mumbo Jumbo Kiwi, and I went to the Crusaders, interviewed Cotter. I went with Cantabrian interim instead. Here's Dwayne. Ended well by Harry Brook. Knows that this is becoming a marathon, not a sprint. And I have to say, even though earlier on in his innings, he did seem like he was being a little bit too reckless at times, this has been quite a mature performance from him since we saw the wicket of Ben Stokes and Bairstow. England must hurry up. South Africa versus Ireland on in 30 minutes, says Rudy. Yeah, I think already we're not quite going to be able to cover that one, unfortunately. And England are cruising right now, says Siddhartha. Nicely played again by Brook. Goes to Warner, who's fielding at Gully at the moment. For Australia, there is not the opportunity of taking the new ball. That would be 35 overs away, and we certainly aren't getting into that. There's also Mark Wood. They could come get Australia, or come if Australia get a quick wicket, could get 20, 25 runs. They could kill the game off. It could. He had a brilliant 6 off the first delivery he faced in the first innings. But then you also wonder whether or not Australia will have a different tactic to him. It's going to be a single taken. Boland tries to cut it off, and I believe they will be able to get the 2 runs. Very good running between the wickets by England. Up to 37, this partnership on 43 runs from 55 balls. Been a very impressive one. Trumpets are still playing at Headingley, of course, the next test match. Only a few days away, or about 9 or so. And England could go into it sitting 2-1 down. Still hoping to get back. Mark Wood will just hit some now 6. There's IG. Outside off stump. Okay, that was not the shot from Harry Brook. He did have a wide lash at that one. Come on, England. Says Gareth with the question mark. And come on, Aussies. We need wickets. Says Jacob. But that is now going to be the drinks break. 37 more needed to win for the English. 4 wickets remaining for England to be able to get themselves the victory. So the next man to the crease, I believe they would go with Mark Wood. Ollie Robinson, I don't know how he is feeling overall in terms of injury-wise, but I believe that it is him and Stuart Broad the last 2. Maybe they'd go Broad at 10, Robinson at 11, but if it gets to that stage, I mean, we know that Stuart Broad can dig his heels in, just normally gets bounced about 15 times in an innings. They will want to be a long way towards it by the time he makes his way to the middle. Now Brook, 64. Well, theoretically, he can still get the 100. It's just very unlikely with the amount of runs remaining and the fact that Chris Woakes is also scoring quite a few nice runs, including that very nice pull shot earlier on in his innings. Harry Brook had one of the best ones, though, relatively recently. We should appreciate how fast they have gotten. 214 runs. It's actually a decent ODI score. There's Mohamed Rees. Yeah, I know some people do say that they don't enjoy watching the baseball style of batting, but one thing's for sure, it does speed up a test match and it keeps you on the edge of your seat when you see it going at about maybe 5 or so and over. And I think it also helps people who don't normally watch test match cricket get into test match cricket because they're like, okay, this is similar to the ODI or the T20 that I've just been watching, just a little bit longer. And then, I think in some regard, a lot of people, they enjoy watching England bat when they are going at the speed that they are here. A little bit of baby powder or some sort of balm on the hands of Harry Brook. 37 more runs needed to win. Come on, England, 37 to go. Lad, says Nate. How is Joe at Otago, number 15? I'm not sure, says Blues Nate. They're just showing Harry Brook 7 fours. Played a nice straight drive, a few out through cover. Just showing the highlights of all of them. So he's had 2 cover drives. Make that 3. That straight drive, the pull shot as well, and then also the one that went a little bit further around a backward point and the cut shot. Well, baseball helps, gets kids into it. There's Mohamed Rees. Yeah. I've noticed, though, from watching this Ashes series, I just really want to play cricket again. Like, I played last year for the first time, or earlier this year as well. Played for the first time in 10 years. And now we're like 3 or 4 months away from the cricket season getting underway, but I'm just waiting patiently for the opportunity. I know that I'm going to have to get fit, though, because if I run a single or run 2 and I end up puffing flat out, not only will it affect the helmet camera audio quality, because you'll just hear me going, but also it will affect how quickly I move between the wickets, and that's not ideal. I'll be nice and fast. Now Pat Cummins changing his field a little bit more. Still 2 men deep on the leg side, but now they have actually got the man fielding at square leg alongside the bat pad. They've left cover almost completely wide open for Chris Woakes. Stepping across his stumps at the moment, Woakes. So I think Cummins might consider going for a Yorker here at some point in the near future. I actually don't mind that sound, says Siddhartha. Makes it sound like I'm trying, doesn't it? It makes it sound like I'm putting in effort. Anyone who hasn't already, I highly recommend checking out those GoPro videos that we have got on the channel of us batting. We got two of them so far, and then also one of us umpiring in one of the same games that we were batting in. So be sure to check those out. So glad the Ashes are worth waiting for the football season to resume. Short ball, gone over the top of Wokes, not feeling intrigued to play at that one. Not that I'm aware, but I played rugby with him for Palmerston North High School, 1988-89. He was at Massey, Mumbo Jumbo Kiwi. Who do you think will win the World Cup, says Vivrant? I think those four sides I mentioned earlier on, India, Australia, England, and Pakistan, I think will have a really good shot. New Zealand may be a little bit of a dark horse, but I think just from what I've seen most recently, it might not be there yet. Wokes again stepping across. See, if I'm Cummins, I'm backing myself to bowl it at the base of leg stump. But the problem is, if he gets it wrong, then that might be that opportunity gone trying it out. But I feel like base of leg stump, there is a good chance that he cleans up Chris Wokes' stumps. And thank you. Well, thanks for your online today. I loved it, says Jeff. No worries at all. And we have got plenty more coming in the near future. The Rugby Championship, the Ashes as well, and other warm-up games for the World Cup. That's nicely played for Chris Wokes. For Samoa, Fiji, Tonga, and Japan, they're all going to be in action very soon as well. 37 more runs required now. In fact, no, sorry, make that 36. So cutting down ever so slightly. So between the 40 and the 36 mark has taken a little bit of time. I don't think Brook is necessarily going for the boundaries anymore. He's just trying to work it around the field. Make sure that he keeps those runs ticking over so that it slowly gets less and less for the English to have to chase. Cummins 2 ball remaining in his over. Gone for 63 runs so far. Shot from Harry Brook. Plays the pull shot nicely. Well fielded by Labuschagne in the deep, and they will sneak an extra run from it. A slight misfield, but luckily for him, the ball didn't roll over the boundary. Instead, went back inland. He did save the 2 runs. It's come right out of the middle of the bat for Harry Brook. He is timing things to perfection at the moment. Yeah, Labuschagne doing nicely to be able to cut it off. Brook retains the strike. Be looking for a single here, I would be thinking. Cummins puts it outside of the off stump. Brilliant backwards cut. That's another 4 runs now for Harry Brook. He moves up to 70. England require 30. And it is 221 for 6. My fingers are crossed back here in London, says Ray Burke. And there is a slight possibility that Brook can get his ton. Only a very, very slight one, but it is still, I guess, possible. And thank you for all your input today. I love it, says Jeff. Yeah, we got plenty more coming, like I mentioned. We got a lack of sleep over the weekend, I will say, mainly because we did stay up all night doing the rugby, but well and truly worth it. 2 great games, and also got to chat to you guys throughout both of them. And bro, please show us live. Sadly, due to licensing, if we were to show any match footage or audio, we'd get taken straight off YouTube and banned. So sadly, we are unable to do so. If you do live in New Zealand, you've got the option of TVNZ Plus completely free. If you live in Australia, you've got the option of 9 Now. They are also showing it on there for free. So there's a few options around to be able to watch it. Partnership now 50 runs between Brook and Wokes. Very nicely done between those two. Keep their side in this contest and keep their side in the Ashes. And he'll get banned, says IG. Yeah. And the fact that we've already had 4 copyright strikes without showing a second of match footage or audio in the past shows that it's very risky. Bro, make another channel, then show you get at least 9K watching, says Madhav. I mean, that is an option, of course, but the thing with YouTube copyright strikes is if you get one and it is connected in terms of where you, or the same device as what you do stream your other ones from on a different channel, they actually know that the channels are connected, and then you get your other channel removed as well. That's actually in YouTube's terms of service. They say if you get a channel removed from YouTube, all associated channels will also be removed. So if we did that, we would also lose this channel. Or Sky Sports in the UK for a cheap £100 a month, says IG. Yeah, it's a bit rough, isn't it? Oh, it's a no ball from Murphy. That's the spinner bowling a no ball. Now, that is a big mistake from Australia, but he is not the only one for the Aussies who have been bowling them. It's a massive no ball. What was the justification for a strike if you don't show the footage? Pretty much the title. We've had a couple times where they've been like, we've used a competition name and they thought that we were showing the game. That's pretty much the best excuse they've come up with. And also for a cricket one, we got a false strike from another YouTube channel who wanted more people watching their live commentary than us. And they did have more because they had like a channel with over 500,000 subscribers, but they copyright struck us so that we couldn't cover the World Cup alongside them because we may have taken a couple of their viewers. Bro, please send us $1 million, says Nate. And YouTubers BS, says IG. Yeah, the rules of it are a little bit unfortunate. Like, it's more the copyright system, I would say, is more the problem. Because, yeah, like legally, YouTube have to take down things that get copyright infringed or get copyright struck. And thanks for your coverage from the UK, says Demby. No worries at all. Thoughts on this week's South Africa versus New Zealand game? It's going to be a close one, or I at least hope it's going to be a close one. It's going to be real physical as well. Cannot wait for it. 28 runs now to win. Murphy just setting his field. Milking singles at the moment. If I have $1 million, I did not ask for free, says Mudhaf. Now Brook. Does he go after the spinner? This is where he has to try and show a bit of maturity and not get too enticed into a lofty ball. I think that Murphy needs to put heaps of flight on this. No, he drags it down and it's cut away beautifully by Harry Brook, and that is 4 runs for England, now making it 24 to win. That is possibly the worst ball that Murphy could have bowled in that scenario, because all he did was allow Harry Brook to free up his arms, get onto that back foot early, and then cut it away, which is something that he does very often in his innings. Australia has finished, says Jacob. And 4, says Muhammad, and didn't surprise me seeing Joe succeed in coaching. Another cut shot attempted, but in this case, did end up missing it. And the guy just has that Eddie Jones X factor and bring out the best of the individual. You only get that from teaching them both have that pedigree. And can Harry Brook score 100? Is there a chance? At the moment, they need 24 more runs to win. So theoretically, if they need a 1 to win and he hit a boundary, he might have a decent chance of getting there. But he might be just a little bit short. I feel like you're speaking to yourself while streaming for hours, or ever feel like you're speaking to yourself for hours and hours? Yeah, a little bit sometimes, but a majority of the time now we do have you guys in the chat who are chatting along as well. But, you know, every once in a while we'll have a stream that might have maybe 5 viewers or something along those lines, 50 viewers for a NPC game. But we just do the commentary in that case. And how long on average do you sleep daily? I normally try and get like my 8 hours, somewhere around there. Of course, when the Ashes has been taking place, it's been a struggle to get the 8, because what I've been doing is I've been watching the Ashes through to about 5:30, waking up just before 9 and then going to work for the day. So I get like maybe throughout some of the Ashes series, I've got like 3 or 4 hours sleep a night. But over the weekend, we did an all-nighter last night, slept during the day today for a bit of time, and then got up to do this game. And we're now sitting 2:20 a.m. here in New Zealand. Aussie fans waiting quietly right now, Nick Minute. Says Blues Nate. If England has to win this series, Root, Moeen Ali, Bairstow has to perform, says Vivrant. And Robertson, Smith and Ryan will make a lethal AN coaching team. Okay. The field for Chris Wokes is about 5 men behind the bat, not too many down in front, which means Mitchell Starc, as he comes back into the bowling attack, he's going to be bowling short. Nicely whipped, though, by Chris Wokes. Gone over the head. I heard a call of no early from Harry Brook. Love you, commentary, Kiwi lads. But I'm from South Africa, so go Bok, says Freddie. And they are actually going to be having their match up against Ireland in the under-20s in only about 10 minutes' time. Fun fact for that one. So that should be a very awesome game. be able to watch. I feel like next test England have to drop Bairstow for Folkes because Bairstow is not performing. I agree. I feel like the best chance that they've got is to have Folkes as keeper. There's just been too many drop catches from behind the stumps, unfortunately. And liked and subscribes to you at Old Trafford, says Demby. Thank you very much, mate. And can't believe your voice actually made it through yesterday. It's there a little bit. It's still struggling at times, but yeah, it should be all right, hopefully. Just sounds a bit raspier than normal. Isn't it the old boys Razor, Rangi, and Jace on my Jumbo Kiwi for 2024 and Roast Bocky on the spit next Saturday night? Can you recommend me a good headphone, says Midhav? Depends on what type you like. Oh, it's a short ball. Brook manages to pull it nicely down to David Warner at deep fine leg, and he gets himself another single. For me, I've got Sennheiser, I think. Maybe. Oh, no, Audio Technica, I think these are. They were relatively cheap. Like, I think maybe $40 or something like that, which for headphones is relatively low, but they are decent quality. You just want the ones that don't hurt your ears. Dream of Maidens over. There's GB, and great shout on the under-20s, Koi Big. There's Joseph. And also, no, I read all the rest. And keeping up nicely. But yeah, South Africa, they are just about to take on the Irish. What is your prediction for that game, Joseph? Do you see the Irish getting over the line? Short of ball. It's over the top of the cordon from Chris Wokes. Another single taken. Goes down to 21 more runs for the English to be able to win this contest. But I will mention anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We have got plenty more action coming in the near future for the Ashes and also for the rugby season as well. Boland, luckily for him, it went straight to him as that ball was rocketing towards the boundary. Under 20 Irish blindside flanker, Kit's solid. Says Blues Nate. I have to go 10 p.m. at my place. Bye, says Mohammed. We'll see you later on. Now Harry Brook, he has moved up to 75. Mitchell Stark, though, he's searching for his fiver. It's wide. Harry Brooks hit it up in the air. Cummins has got the chance. There's a miscommunication, but Pat Cummins takes the catch, and that is now going to be the end of Harry Brooks, still with 21 runs needed for the English. Mitchell Stark and Cummins, there was no communication whatsoever between the Aussie quick bowlers, but Cummins was able to hang on to it, and that will be the end of Brooks' innings. But what an innings it was, 75. He would have loved to be there at the end, but it's gone high. He tried to pull it to the leg side and just got it a little bit too high on the bat. Stark was running over. Cummins got it in his hands. He didn't even see Cummins. That could have been a very bad collision. And yes, says Jacob. And also we have got there, I'd like to think we can do it. Very plucky crowd of lads, says Joseph. And also, sadly, as a South African, I think Ireland is going to take the game and saying how's the best headphone quality-wise that you can get, I think, says Dwayne. That is now going to be 3 wickets in hand. And we see going to be Mark Wood. Happy with your job today, top man. With all our love from GB. Good job, mate, says Jess. Thank you very much, mate. And $5.90 for the win of Oz. Is that now with that wicket or was that beforehand? Bairstow was fantastic. We're not keeping for England, leading scorer in the world. Shame to lose that potential. He has been treated poorly by England in the past, and it's a real shame. Says Andrew, yeah. See, for me, he's not the keeping option. He's got to be there as a batter, I feel, or as a batsman. And you know, is there a spot in the side for him? Is the big question now. If he was just a batsman, we saw Ollie Pope drop due to the injury. I thought that could have been where Bairstow went and had Folkes. Just now, says Annoy. Hey, what? It's not a mile off. 3 wickets, 21 runs needed, and Mitchell Stark has got 5 wickets. And Stark is dangerous in this situation, says Matt Abbey. Certainly is, and England will try their best to lose this match, possibly win with 1 wicket standing, says Ronald. Oh, that was on the stumps. Nicely worked by Mark Wood, though, to the leg side. They will get the 1, and that is going to be now 20 runs required. And come on, Wokes, all up to him to bring it home. And Mark Wood, I mean, we saw him at a six off the first delivery he faced in the first innings. Mark Wood, a six would be class, says IG. And also Stark is dangerous in this situation, and nail biting Brook needed to stay there. Yeah, if they had lost Wokes, I feel like it still would have felt a lot more in England's favour due to the fact that they lost their set batsman in Harry Brook. It just changes that feeling a little bit more. Although Chris Wokes is actually relatively set now, 25. You have to pick your best, or you pick your keeper. That's going to be the edge. Goes down to the fine leg region of David Warner, another single for England. And that will be the end of the over, 232 for 7. And hey, Uncle says lucky, welcome in. But yeah, you have to pick your best keeper based on your best glove man, not batting. And we have seen so many catches dropped by Johnny Bairstow throughout this Ashes series, which is a real shame because I feel like the fact that he's not keeping well is impacting his batting as well. Because normally when a keeper is in form with the gloves, he's normally in form with the bat too. Definitely if he is more of a batsman keeper. So yeah, whether or not they consider him as a spot, maybe up the order a little bit more and also have folks in there. Yeah, won't call it yet, says Ronald Edwards. And yes, I agree, tricky, says Andrew. Now Wokes moved up to 26. Captain Cummins still continuing his spell. How many has he dropped, says Rudy. I don't have the exact stats, but I can think of, I believe, at least 3 that he dropped in the first innings of this test match. Is that correct? Or at least 3 throughout this test match anyway. Can you tell me how Harry Brook lost his wicket? So pretty much he did try and go for the pull shot, ended up getting the slightly more top edge of the bat, and then it was caught by Pat Cummins, who was fielding at mid-off, as Mitchell Stark was charging across, and they actually collided, but Cummins was able to hang on to it. What are they yelling at Smith? Says Hanoi. Not sure what they're saying to Steve Smith in this case, but it looks like all the batsmen are actually, well, sorry, all the fielders are back. He's an ODI keeper, not test match level. At Cummins now, short ball. Wokes tried to swing that way away to the boundary. Alex Carey liked it, but I don't think anyone else did. Pat Cummins just asking that question of whether or not they want to go upstairs. They decide against it. And Eddie Moen's lost it. And the post-match conference will teach him. Loud Mouse, sorry, said the Bok picked a B team. No such thing as a Bok B team, says Freddie. It's been weird the amount that B team's been thrown around this week. And I've noticed that it seems to be split 50-50 with the South African supporters. It's some people are saying it's our B team. Some people are saying we don't have a B team. I'm more in the don't have a B team boat. To be honest, that's a shot from Chris Wokes. It's gone in the air. It's perfectly in the gap, but I believe Murphy may have just saved the 4 runs. I think they might just get the single for it in the end. They'll have to check his feet here. Did Murphy get that one inside of the boundary and flick it to Steve Smith? It's just going to be the single. That is some fantastic work out on the boundary from Murphy, or was it? Did he have his foot down on the ground at the time of release? No, he's all good there, Murphy. It is just going to be the single. Brilliantly done. Any run is vital. Exactly right. And England just finished this now, says Enzel. Murphy gets the round of applause from the crowd in attendance. 18 runs required, and Mark Wood now on strike. Like I mentioned, got himself 6 in his first innings off the very first ball. Actually got a boundary off the second ball too. He steps back. He hits it high. He's gone all the way. Mark Wood's done it again, and it's a second 6 of the innings, or sorry, of the test match for that man. And no B team, just slight rotation Bok team, says Hensel. But that is the first 6 of the innings. Mark Wood goes bang, and how does he do it? He's the same with the bat as he is with the ball, just that quick flick of the wrist, and he sends the ball out of the boundary or over the boundary rope. Now it makes it 12. Steve Smith thought he was in with a shot there of taking that catch out on the boundary, but then it just kept on sailing. And what he says, Timmy Smith, you noticed some of those Boks are sneaking into New Zealand the last couple of weeks? Says Mumbo Jumbo Kiwi. Now Mark Wood sitting on 7 off 2. Rocked back, thought about swinging again, but he leaves that one. And sorry, I got to go South Africa versus Ireland starting. Says Rudy, they have currently got the national anthems. The junior Springboks actually wearing that away kit, similar to what the men's side will have a little bit later on. What is high in cocaine, says Matt. And Freddie never said that. I replied to a question, says Hanoi. And also, brilliant commentary. You must become a pro commentator, says Freddie there. Thank you very much, mate. Hugely appreciate it. We'll be back for the third. We will be back for the fourth and the fifth Ashes Test match, ladies and gentlemen. And at this stage, it seems like it's working towards another great shot from Mark Wood and working towards a 2-1 series. Can you commentate the under-20 game, says Timmy Smith. Unfortunately, that game will be starting right now while we have still got more of the cricket remaining. So we won't be able to cover that game between Ireland and South Africa. We will be able to give you guys updates throughout the game, though, as it is taking place. I've got it here on the other screen. Keeping an eye on it. But Cummins so far has gone for 8 off this over. Only another 11 runs remaining for the English. They have got 3 wickets in hand. Another wicket falling here would certainly add more tension into the final moments of this third test match. Harley B team, Vermeulen, Arensa, the toy. Says Dwayne, and thanks for the commentary, man. The only English option you can find here in Bangkok, says Nick. Yeah, I was talking about it a little bit earlier on with a couple of the people watching. Maybe I need to put English commentary in the title, don't I? Because by the sounds of it, we are one of the rare channels that are offering English commentary on these matches. So perhaps need to add that for the next one. On Bairstow again, let's not forget, he's been out injured. He's rusty and not at his best keeping or batting. He should be retained as a batsman, but says limited, especially as Stokes is not bowling, says Andrew. True. And yeah, see, Stokes, he's going to be in there, I would think, by himself as the batsman option. But then it's all about that load management, isn't it, for the English bowlers? Because Robinson, he's also got an injury now. So I'm wondering whether he will be out. Anderson, I'm not sure if he'll be back. I know that he had a little bit of a knock. Stuart Broad's still there, even though he's battered and bruised from the last test match of taking a whole heap of cricket balls to the body. You are rare, says Stig. And here to see England win, says Gareth there. And yes, go England, says Freddie. I was frustrated to find no streams of the actual game on Twitter, says IG. Stark now back into the attack. 5 wickets for 64 runs off 15 overs. He could get an 8 for here if he does get it right for the next few deliveries in a row. But Wood sitting on 8 off 6, or 8 off 4, in fact. He's not willing to mess around. He wants to get this done and dusted so that he can get a little bit more time resting before that next test match, which I feel he has to be a bowler in, because the impact that he's been able to add for England in this test says that he's going to be a massively important factor. Champagne ready, says Ray Burke. It looks like a good atmosphere there, says Hanoi. Yeah, the crowd's certainly getting behind the home side. Try and make it that 2-1. And Tongue must be back next test, says Manley. Yeah, at this stage, they may not have any choice if they've lost too many players due to injury. That wide angle from Mitchell Starc, but Mark Wood able to get the cover drive away. 4 runs again. This man, he can hold a bat as well, not just with the ball in hand. He hits the ball, or not only with the ball in hand, he gets pace on it. Covered drive. Footwork might have been a little bit, what happens here? Yeah, steps to the leg side to get away and then just gets the body in position. Hits the cover drive. 4 more runs now. Don't like cricket that much. Ireland versus South Africa, better game, says Dennis there. Yeah, it is taking place at the moment. 3 minutes in. Short ball from Mitchell Starc. That was close to a wide. No, that's called as 1 short for the over now. Come on, England, let's go, says Wolf Song. And Champagne, anyone, says Blues Nate. It's called as a wide. They've changed it at 5-match Ashes Test Series. Yep. So this will make it 2-1 if England are able to be victorious from here. And then they will have the next one. Where is the next one? Someone said it a little bit earlier on. Old Trafford, I believe it is, for the 4th. And then the 5th a little bit later on. Should they bring in the whole field right now to pressure them, says Hanoi? I think the problem they've got with Mark Wood is he can hit a long ball, but he is also slightly more likely to get caught in the deep. Swings it nicely out towards the cover region. They want to. He'll keep the strike as well. Mark Woody now moves up to 14 runs off 6 deliveries. Cringin says Blues Nate, and let's have it. Come on, Woodsy, you old dog, says Paul. Ash is still alive after today, says Freddie. And the comment that we saw made by, I believe it was Ben Stokes. I think back to it in the last press conference. He said we went 3-0 against New Zealand. We went 3-0 against Pakistan. And now we've got to go 3-0 against Australia. We've got 230 people watching. I suspect more people. I want the cricket, says Gareth. And England should take Old Trafford. I mean, I hope. I'd like this to go to the final test if possible. Yeah, that would be pretty awesome to see. Right. 14 for Mark Wood. Mitchell Starc. That's gone straight up in the air. Alex Carey, the chance for him doesn't get to it. Boland, I believe, would have been able to take the catch. It looked like he only had to step for maybe 3 or 4 more steps. And that is now going to be possibly the end of this test match with that one being dropped. And it's gone up. Alex Carey ran an absolute mile. And Boland, if he had run it off the boundary rope, I believe he would have got to it. And Alex Carey, of course, involved in that stumping with Johnny Bairstow. The crowd letting him know about it right now. Still not confident despite being only 4 off. And that was probably a fair enough comment, seeing as there was almost the wicket just then. But Woke's now going to be on strike. 27 runs for him. Wood moves up to 15. Let's make some history. 3 in a row for England, says Wolf Song. And Baz Bull says Jazz. 3 runs needed with 3 wickets remaining. That's a run taken by Wokes. That cuts it down to 2 now. No, says Jacob. Don't worry, we won't remain on the fence. We'll make a call when England got it down to 1 run required, says Ronald. Getting pretty close at the moment, although Mark Wood's not the type of guy to hit a single here. He's the type of guy to try and hit it all the way to the boundary for 6, close out this game in quick succession, get into the next test match. 2-1 down, like I mentioned, but the series is far from over, ladies and gentlemen. Next test match going to be starting, I believe, about next Thursday for us here in New Zealand. And Stark being very good this Ashes, says Ismail. I can see 1 wicket going, says Mumbo Jumbo Kiwi. Another short ball, cut away by Mark Wood, and that now makes the scores level. Need 1 more to win. If England were to somehow lose 3 wickets in a row here, this would end up as a draw. England to win, says Ronald. Wicket would be handy right now, says Siddhartha. And the English flag from SJ, 2-1 now. Let's get it to 2-2. Then Aussie to make it 3-2, says Yenzorn. Pretty good series so far. Says Jazz C there as well. And give us a 6, Wokes. Says Wolf Song. He is the type of batter who I think might consider going for the big shot. But I believe in this case, I'd assume Australia have to have everyone around the bat, don't they? I've just heard NASA say most of the field have come in. Why are they leaving anyone back? It's not like I would have thought about 5 runs ago they would have brought a few more in. Shot from Wokes, hits it through the field, races to the boundary, and England take out the 3rd test match at Headingley. They were able to do it in 2019 with some heroics from Ben Stokes, but this time Wokes, Brook, and Mark Wood with a few big shots at the end are able to get England over the line. Mike has said good matches, good cricket, says Mike. And England could have won the 1st test if we had not declared too early. And also, we have got there Hussein does not like Kiwis, apparently. And good stuff, and thanks, Irish. Says Jazz C. The Ashes is heating up now since the Bairstow incident, says Ismail. And also, yeah, he says Wolf Song, and yes, says IG. And also on your lads. Now, what's happening with the rugby, says Timmy Smith. At the moment, after 7.5 minutes, it is 0-0 between the 2 sides. So no one able to get themselves over the line as of yet. But could be just around the corner, perhaps. And it was Brook's day today, says Peter. I know he would have loved to be there at the end of the innings, but he did enough to help his side over the line. And some great betting from Chris Wokes alongside that to help his side get over the line. Thanks for the commentary today. Well done, Poms. Says Freddie, and great game, says Kenny. And also, we have got Let's Go the Ashes are still alive and get them, boys. Says IGM, well done. Well, job done, well played. England Rugby Championship round 1, really disappointed. Says Attila, I assume you are talking about the 2 one-sided affairs that did take place. Yeah, I think that's the thing. I was hoping for 2 close games, but we didn't quite get that, unfortunately. Mark Wood and Chris Wokes, they get the job done on day 4 of this test match, meaning that we don't have to worry about the rain that might be following for tomorrow or even later on in the day. Thanks for the show, says Peter. Can't wait for the next test, says Wilson. Great commentary. Thanks a lot, says Siraj. Siraj. Hopefully I said that correctly. Sorry if I got that slightly wrong. And Kitten Bud, thanks for the commentary, says Timmy Smith for following on the commentary. Come on, England. Beat those cheating Aussies, says Brett. Okay, bye. See you, says Siddhartha. See you later. Thanks for the show, says Peter. And Baz, Kiwi, Stokes, Kiwi. So who won? Says Dwayne. The almighty England. Getting themselves the first Bazball victory over the Australians. I know earlier on in this live stream, someone said that Bazball will never beat the Australians in a test match. And then about 3 hours later, they bet Australia using Bazball. And thank you, Irish Works boss, and great commentary. Many thanks, says Mashup. Delighted, says Ray Burke. And thanks for the commentary. We'll be here for the next test. See you, mate. Says IG, so we will see you later on. Yeah, I hope you guys all did enjoy this commentary. Thanks for the commentary. When is the next test? The next test, I just want to make sure I've got the right date, but I believe it is the 17th of July. No, that might be a lie. Was it the 21st of July? I'll quickly make sure I know what date it is. And Kraken Series game on, says Mumbo Jumbo Kiwi. Very well done, though, by the English to be able to fight back the way that they did after getting bowled out in the first innings for 237. A lot of people wrote them off. 224, their bowling effort up against the Aussies. And then 254 in the last innings to get themselves over the line. Crowd, electric for this whole test match on UK, lad. Says GB, thanks, B. Says Gareth. And Root is now under the thumb for Old Trafford. Says a Mumbo Jumbo Kiwi. So, at the moment, the next test match for the Ashes is starting. Dun, dun, dun. It is starting on the 19th of July. What's that? That must be about a Tuesday, is it? Somewhere around there. 17th. No, 19th. It's a Wednesday. New Zealand time, of course. So there'll be a Wednesday in England as well. That's how it works. Kiwi's a lovely man. Great commentary, says the same. And see you good night, says Jacob. We will see you later on. Yep, Old Trafford on the 19th. Says Peter. And now to the under-20s rugby game. Says Mumbo Jumbo Kiwi. Yeah, at the moment it is sitting 11 minutes in. Sitting 0-0 at the moment between those two sides. A nicely done. Good job. Have the best day. Says Jeff. And no, Kiwis are effing. Says a saying. I mean, the population in New Zealand is increasing, so I'd assume that some people are doing the naughty, aren't they, Hussein? Unlike yourself, I would assume. But great performance from England. Who would you give man of the match to? I feel like Mark Wood's got to have it, doesn't he? For the effort that he put in, not just with the bat, but also with the ball. Yes, he didn't get a huge amount of runs with the bat, but still did very nicely and catch you again on the 19th of July by, says Brett. 32 for Chris Wokes. 44 for Zach Crawley in the first innings of 55 balls. Duckett getting 23. Moeen Ali and Johnny Bairstow, actually the only 2 English batsmen in the second innings, end up with less than the 10. Great that the English has something to cheer. See you guys again soon. Here's a Mumbo Jumbo Kiwi. For the Australians, Mitchell Starc managed to get himself the 5 for 78 runs. He went for off his 16 overs. Murphy was a little bit expensive, but Marsh was actually the pick of the bowlers, I would say, other than Starc, because that was 1 wicket. It also didn't have a too bad economy rate overall. But Pat Cummins got 6 wickets in the first innings. Mark Wood got 5 in the first. Stuart Broad 3 in the second. So I don't know whether you give it to Mark Wood. Actually, it's quite hard to decide who would walk away with it. I think that first innings from Mark Wood, though, with that 5 for 34, may have just edged him over the line. But nonetheless, I do thank you all very much for tuning in. If you did enjoy the live stream, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. Like I mentioned, we will be back on the 19th for the next matchup for the Ashes. And also on Wednesday night, we will be doing State of Origin, the rugby league. It is myself and my dad who will be doing that one, so be sure to check that out as well. But thank you all very much for tuning in. I will see you all for the next one.